Before we call this meeting to order, I'd like to read a statement from our governor. On March 13, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott issued a declaration of emergency as a result of the COVID-19 virus outbreak. Subsequently, on March 16, 2020, pursuant to the authority granted in the declaration, Governor Abbott temporarily suspended the application of certain provisions of the Opening Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, in order to permit telephonic open meetings. This was an effort to mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus by avoiding large group meetings while still ensuring continued governmental operations and preserving transparency in the decision-making process. Pursuant to this authority, Tarrant County College District gave notice of its intent to conduct today's work session meeting as a telephonic and video conference open meeting. 3 trustees will participate in person for this meeting: myself, Conrad Heed, Ms. Teresa Ayala, and Mr. Kenneth Barr. Dr. Diane Patrick, Dr. Gwendolyn Morrison, Mr. Greenhill, and Dr. Michael Evans will participate via video conference or telephonically. We'll now call to order the work session meeting of the Board of Trustees as of December 10th, 2020. And first of all, public comment. I don't think we have any public comment. So item 3 on the agenda is continuation of the bond program discussion. Dr. Giovannini.
Thank you, Mr. Heed. At our last board meeting, the board expressed a continued interest in spending more time on the specifics of the bond program planning, and our schedule today carves out specific time at the top of our agenda for that conversation and sets aside the rest of the agenda for your regular action items at a later point this afternoon. When we address the board's concerns, we will then return to that agenda, and if the board is comfortable moving forward with the related action items at that time, that's when that can be debated. When the college started the conversations with the community about the bond program itself, and we went out and talked about our desire of what we thought the direction we wanted to go, we focused on several guiding principles, and that was, and they continue to be, to build things that are student-centric, with new learning and collaboration spaces, not just for today's students, but for tomorrow's students as well, and to deliver those in a high-quality capital program, improving all the campuses on time and on budget. And as I spoke to the community, we made that commitment. And specifically, though, in making that commitment, we wanted to ensure that we're meeting the needs of students in the broader community by concentrating our programs and services to meet the needs of the local job demands and opportunity for the community for 50 plus years, if you will, not only immediately, but ensure that those buildings could sustain programs and services on into the future. And then certainly, as we talked about a owner's representation, to be good stewards of that taxpayer's dollar by managing the scope of those programs or the bond program itself, and leveraging guidance that from those that we retain, peers, other institutions, and other community experts in doing so. And then lastly, what we committed in this bond program was to employ proven forward-thinking technologies to lead TCC into the new economy within the higher education environment and ensure our faculty and staff and students thrive in a high-tech world. So specifically, when we take those principles, and we talked a lot about them in proposing the bond program, we remain focused on that work, and we prepare to implement the bond program. So today, what I'd like to do is review the recommended bond monitoring strategy, provide an overview of the iterative design process and material selection that was employed, as well as describe a budget management and accountability. We also want to address the board's desire to build buildings that are future-proof. And to that end, we will continue a conversation about smart buildings. In our February work session on technology, we will do that. And we will expand upon today's conversation and any feedback we receive from the board. So that will be an ongoing dialogue, but we will specifically talk about smart buildings today. We will also review the informational items that have been provided in response to some of your previous questions about materials and methods, and be able to review those in one space, if you will, in a consolidated manner. So one of the questions that is overriding has been asked is, how did we get where we are? And I'd like to spend a bit of time talking us through that brief history. And that brief history began when I came here in 2016. The college had initiated a planning effort even prior to my arrival in order to plan for the long-term physical needs of the institutions. When I came on board, Ayers St. Gross, the firm, had been chosen to support us in that effort. And as we began to plan comprehensively for the college's needs and to know the future physical needs of the institution, it was paramount and understood that we needed to know the programmatic and service needs in order to know what we were going to build, what our facilities need to look like, how we would staff them, the type of technology, the adjacencies to how things would work together. That future physical needs really had to be informed by programmatic and service needs. So the institution's financial capacity and plans also had to be overlaid with these programs, services, and physical plans to ensure that a feasible delivery model was developed. So back in our mind always was the understanding that, as we went out and did this planning, in essence, we would have to pay for it. So we needed to be responsible and accountable in those efforts. So the nationally firm known as ASG, Ayers St. Gross, certainly is well qualified to lead this comprehensive effort. And they work with hundreds of colleges throughout the country and many here locally, UNT, Abilene Christian, Texas A&M. And so we began that work with them closely to make sure that, one, our program and services plans were fully understood and developed, our physical plans to accommodate those programs and services, and then finally the financial plans to ensure all of these three were aligned and all came together in such a way that would meet our needs. All in all, I'd been down this road before, so I did know that to meet the needs of the college, we would need to go to the voters for a bond referendum. And our ask would need to be based on solid and comprehensive and long-term plans, and that's why we had engaged in this process. This month, in your electronic materials and board effect, you'll find a compilation of past PowerPoints that recap our conversation since 2016. That document was way too big to send electronically in an email. However, you did receive a copy of those materials and that were delivered with you today. So this is not new information, so let me just hit a few of the highlights. In 2017, we reviewed the program and services planning content, i.e. referred to as the college goals and principles, the planning related to the programs and services that we needed to deliver in order to achieve our mission. We also, in December of 2017, reviewed the planning studies that were conducted at the Southeast campus, and we can go into detail what those planning studies entailed. In July 2018, we reviewed the program and services planning content and added on at that time the physical and financial planning. So programs, services, okay, what do we need to build in order to deliver on those programs and services, and what is the financial implications of that? And that was to show a preliminary picture of how all three aspects were coming together to inform our bond program planning. In October of 18, we did a deeper dive into the programs and services and that planning content, and we continued the conversation about the college's integrated planning efforts. And those integrated planning efforts really speak to the goals and the principles, and then deriving physical space. And then finally, in 2019 of July, we presented the comprehensive plan, which included program services, the physical space, and the financial planning. And that was really the culmination, if you will, which informed our bond referendum, which passed, as you know, last November. And we were able to begin implementing the plans that had been developed. So that took us to most recent time with the assurance that we had the financial capacity through the bond proposition passing to implement the plan that we worked on since 2016. We began to propose engagement of key partners like designers, construction managers, owners reps to deliver on our guiding principles. So that's what brings us today. So brings us where we are today. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or thoughts that you may have before I turn it over to Susan and some of our partners to go a bit more specific into the bond management program.
Mr. Heed, could I ask you a question? The plans that are listed on this sheet.
Yes, sir. Yes,
that's
sir.
what's in the book. Is that right? That we received this morning.
Right here. Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Much to email. Okay. But these were this was.
So if I want to look at one component of it, it's in that
exactly
in that book. Yep. Okay, yes. And it's also in the board effects, I think. Yes, it is. And so the cover page shows each item, the date, the type, and the description of what happened, and they follow in chronological order in here. Okay. And yes, it is in board effects. That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me add to that. In addition, in our last board meeting, the Chancellor asked the board to submit questions and our concerns and these kinds of things. And I offered to compile those so that, to avoid some duplication and that kind of thing. And I wanted to distribute a compilation of all those questions and concerns to each board member so that each one knows that their questions and concerns have been addressed to the staff. And we hope we're going to get some answers today. So I have copies of all those, and we'll distribute those to each board member. Yeah. And for those not here, we'll deliver those. Ms. Alanice. Yeah, you have one.
There you go. So I'm going to cover a number of things today. We're working to accomplish a variety of things to be responsive to the questions that the board has raised. And what I'd like to go over first is our effort to help organize the material and the communication in such a way that the board feels comfortable with their ability to monitor the progress of the bond program. And so first, I'll walk you through in just a moment a framework in terms of, again, when we think those appropriate milestones are for decisions. This is intended to be responsive to the conversation that I've had with Trustee Barr about what can you be expecting going forward about when those decision points will emerge. In addition, I'm going to walk you through a couple of communication strategies. First of all, you'll notice, and we've started implementing it, and we'll get more pervasive in that going forward, but with your board memos where you're taking action, we're including tables in those now that are reflective of an overall project so that you can see more clearly with the contract that you have under consideration with that particular action and how it fits in an overall project. And so you'll see several examples of that in today's agenda, including the pedestrian improvements at Northeast. You'll see that with the Jacobs contract and so on as illustrations, and we'll endeavor to make that a more consistent practice. In addition, we have, in the past, we've used informational memos. I don't think that we've used them very pervasively, but what we'd like to do is to formalize a bit the way that we're transmitting information to you that may be a little bit of a deeper dive, maybe in some instances pre-reading for a presentation, or in some instances responses to questions that the board may have asked. That allows us, as you know, on occasion we'll transmit things to you via email and that kind of thing. The intent here is to aggregate it into your official board records, as well as make it more consolidated in a way that you can access it more readily in an organized way. And then finally, as we just alluded to a moment ago, that we are going to create and it may already be out there, I'll have to check with Reg, but a folder in board effects that is exclusively for the 2019 bond program, where we'll keep the action items and the memos and the presentations out there. That way you've got a library of reference information if at any point you feel that you want to take a look at that. And then finally, as the first part of this work session this afternoon, we'll include a website preview that is intended to be launched in January, which is really exciting. So that's another piece of that communication. So to talk about the framework, and you should have a copy of this in front of you since it's probably pretty hard to read up there, but we wanted to sort of organize what we have interpreted as the desire of the board in terms of the touch points of when we'll be in front of you. And I've divided it into the buckets of the bond program. So you can see there's some variances, whether we're talking about the Northwest or Southeast campus redevelopments versus the principals and MEP projects, which will be more voluminous and varied in nature and in terms of how they're delivered. So, of course, the high-level project scope in July of 2019, leading up to the adoption of the bond program, was probably the final presentation on the high-level scope for all of those projects. They informed the dollar amounts of each of the buckets that were anticipated and so on, and that was presented to the board. In addition, last August, just a couple months ago, we covered the concept of the first 5-year capital plan that is intended to reflect project by project over time of what is in our capital plan. As what you received really just sort of showed the cash flow year by year for 5 years. As we committed to you then, we'll be coming back next August with much more detailed project pages on each one of those so that you can see how that plays out over time and when specific projects will be underway. So again, we started with the fiscal year 21 that we've been getting very organized around that. What we'll do in August of 21 is that we will be preparing fiscal year 22, which will have much more of that detailed work as we work our way through the principals and MEP buckets and organize them. The visual imagery, of course, we've been sharing as it's evolved over time, and that'll be ongoing with Southeast. I'm sorry, I skipped over site plan review. Let me stop there. So Northwest, in February, you did have the opportunity to see the site plan. One thing that I think in retrospect we could have done a better job of, and you'll see some of that today, is talking about the process we went through to evaluate different options and to come to the recommendation where we landed. And we fully intend to exercise that with the Southeast, is that we will in spring, this coming spring, bring that information to you so you can start to see what the options that were considered. Certainly Southeast isn't as much of the technical challenge as Northwest is, just because of the of dealing with so many buildings that were coming down. But we'll walk you through a little bit today about how that evaluation process happens with the professionals that work on it, and commit to you that in the spring we'll bring back to you the Southeast iteration of that. What will happen with principals and MEP, we'll attach relevant information to the action items that come forward so that you can see where they're occurring and so on. The visual imagery, as I started to speak to a moment ago, is ongoing, and at each phase, and we'll walk you through a little bit about how that evolves through the design development process today as an illustration, so that you can see that each of those touch points will continue to include that information in our briefings to you. Of course, the sustainability plan, which is intended to be a framework for how we operate and build our buildings. We had our first workshop in October, and then we have committed to bring to you a draft recommendation around what those goals and metrics might be as a framework to start that discussion in February, so that we can work to get a plan that the board is comfortable with and adopt at some point in the spring. Finally, the technology plan. Today, towards the end of our agenda, we're going to spend some time talking about what a smart building is and what we want it to be, how we go through an exercise to figure out what we want that to be here at TCC and the complexity of that process. And we have committed to a workshop on that in February as well, with the first draft, and board adoption will be to be determined as we work our way through that exercise. And then finally, we've talked a lot about the MWBE and Hub, and we'll continue to include quarterly reports on that, the results of that, and starting in February when we've got a full quarter of the new framework for the measures. And then finally, the budget and schedule. One of the things that you'll see here in a moment is the website will be a good gauge, both at the total program level as well as the bucket level, to see how we're doing via a dashboard in terms of dollars spent and so on. And then it's going to continue to grow to have more information about the schedules and our bill and how we're adhering to the schedules that have been proposed. And then, of course, monthly and quarterly, more frequent, probably in the near term, we'll continue to have briefings on that where we'll provide the highlights to you in a report as well to summarize that. But you'll see from the website that you'll have the opportunity to evaluate that on an ongoing basis. Yes.
Could I ask a quick question? The MWB Hub report, will be district-wide, not just, will that relate to the construction program, or are we going to get that kind of information or other purchases?
It will be district-wide. And so we're going to isolate capital spending as well as bond spending, but we'll also be talking about the other areas of procurement that we do, which quite frankly probably have the most opportunity for us to improve the results of what we've been doing. So yes.
Mr. Heath, I have a comment, please. Susan, I appreciate all of this. This is very helpful to have this. And I'm wondering, considering what the Chancellor was talking about, the buildings that we wanted to be student-centric and high quality, et cetera, and then also these dates that you have here, a lot of these are future dates in February. Yes. I'm wondering, we have these facility standards that are in our policies today. And I wondered if we've actually looked at those, evaluated those, and see if there's anything maybe we could consider doing. This is looking whether or not we could modify those, enhance them based on all of these things that we're doing with the principal work, the goals that we have in place, and just kind of look at those and see whether or not that would be something that we could incorporate these ideas of sustainability that she's talking about, technology plan, and maybe make it more specific so there's not any ambiguity going forward on what the direction of the board would like.
So I guess what I would say, the technical design standards, and we've had them here with you before as well as provided a link on the website, are very technical in nature. They're obviously, engineers and architects who've helped us develop those over the last decade in terms of those building standards. The plans are intended to have the outcomes that we've talked to you about as well. What outcomes do we want to achieve, for example, in energy efficiency and that kind of thing, and then we'll rely on those professionals to help us figure out what we need to tweak on that front. The other thing I'll say is that in terms of the way the buildings function and serve students, you're going to see an exercise today to sort of walk you through how the process that we went through with the users, including students, faculty, staff, and so on, to develop that ideal campus thought process that led to the designs. And so I think that if you'll hold that thought until we go through that exercise today so that you can see how that evolves, I think it'll give you a better comfort level about how it's reflected in the designs.
Well, and I will, but one of the things I'm thinking about is if we have, there won't be any ambiguity. If it's something that, we've kind of gone back and forth with discussions, and I know a lot of this, it's been a collaborative approach based on feedback from the students, from the staff and faculty. But I just feel as though that maybe if we evaluate those facility standards that are in place today and just make sure that they are in lockstep with the direction that we would like to go, and looking at things from the futuristic, right? We talked about all of those things we like, sustainability, renewable, and all of those things, and maybe just put some practices in place in there. So I just for consideration that maybe we might look at doing something like that. I did go on a website for couple of other community colleges, and they have the basic framework that we have around facilities, but they also have some specifics around the direction that the practices, that the expectations they want the college to go. So I'm just throwing it out there as a suggestion and a consideration.
Yeah,
we
and
look at those.
I actually think that you'll see precisely what you're saying reflected in the plans that we come back with. For example, I think you had sent me the illustration of Austin Community College, but when we publish a plan, it will include some tactics that we intend to employ, not only about our physical spaces, but about the way that we operate. So it's a whole range of things that we would consider. But I think it'll get to what you're suggesting in terms of the direction that we want to move. And that's true on the technology side of it as well. So it sort of sets the framework about, Okay. Yeah. So the next thing I'll talk to you about is, again, the informational memos that I said we're going through an exercise to memorialize more effectively the information that we're conveying to the board. You'll see that in today's agenda packet, a lot of those were repetitive of information that you've received in different formats previously, but it aggregated it together. There's really two groups of them that I'll point out here. Is that there's some of them that are really about the design process and an overview of the bond program. So, for example, the first one that was new information was the Jacobs bond program handbook that's recently been published as part of our partnership with them. And I'm going to have Jeff Brogdon come up in just a moment to talk to you a little bit about that. We also had the design process overview, which we had sent to you previously so that you could see in a summary format much of what the Chancellor described in terms of the different steps over the last few years of the engagement of different exercises to get to where we are. And then finally, the summary that accompanies the big book that you received, which is a reference material for a lot of that chronology of the presentations that have been made. So later in this afternoon's work session, I'll come back and talk to you the ones that were more technical responses in nature to some of the building methods and so on. We'll cover that in a different section. But separately, in terms of communication, the other thing that we have is in the monthly report, you've historically received a summary of the next 2 or 3 months of capital projects and technology projects just in a spreadsheet. We enhanced that with a first draft of it at last meeting, where it'll be sort of a running list where you'll have the opportunity to see the progression of those things, and we're going to continue to organize that hopefully in a way that's effective for you. But then separately, we did receive the request to have a little bit more clarity around key construction activity that'll be going on. And interestingly, there's dozens of projects that are happening at any given time. However, what we are working on with staff right now is to prepare something that you will receive every month to have a clear understanding of some of the big things that would be happening in the next 2 or 3 months. A good example of that would be what we mentioned last month of the demolition that'll be happening up at Northwest, starting in December, really. And so that you've got sort of a current every month thing in front of you where if someone asks you why there's a bulldozer on a site that you'll be able to answer that question. So that is in process. We didn't publish it for today, but we're working on that as a deliverable for the board. So again, the new item was the Jacobs Bond Handbook, and Jeff Brogdon, who's the Assistant Program Manager, you've met him before with Jacobs, who's part of that owner's rep team, is here to just talk to you at a high level about what that covers and what the purpose of that document is.
Thank you, Susan. Chancellor, Board of Trustees. I'd like to just go over the program management. Getting rid of this mask is helping me a little bit. Go over the program management handbook with you and just go over some of the key features that are in the program handbook. And so one of the first things I want to point out, I'm going to jump to the back because I think this is very beneficial to you. The program handbook has a very good glossary of terms. In our industry, we're guilty of using a lot of acronyms. And so there's a great glossary in the back of this that will be very beneficial to you throughout this presentation today. So jumping back to the front, one of the key aspects of the program management is to outline what the organizational chart looks like and what the reporting structure looks like. And so that's one of the first key features of the program book on page 1. As you can see, Jacobs falls near the middle, is the program manager. So as a program manager, our responsibility is to manage the design and the designers and the construction of each one of the projects. And so we report immediately up to the Chancellor, the COO, and the Real Estate and Facilities Group, who in turn report to the Board of Trustees.
Excuse me, this is Gwen Morrison. Can you tell me exactly which document you're referring to? Because neither of the ones that I have has the title that you mentioned. Doesn't say Bond Program Handbook. I have one that says Bond Planning, Chronology, and Presentations. I have one that says Bond Program Discussion. And I have one that's
Bond
my
Program
work
Discussion, Gwen.
It's going to be the document 8A, Program Management Handbook.
No, I'm sorry.
Top of it, the beginning of it says Bond Program Discussion, and we're on page 7.
Yeah, so it was one of the informational reports under 8A. It's an attachment to that transmittal that's included there.
So if you just bear with me for a minute, I think I can catch up if you'll be slow and specific.
Yes, ma'am. Just let me know when you're ready. So what we were looking at first is the page 1, which shows the organizational management flow chart. So when you're ready.
I'm sorry. Maybe I don't have that. Should I have 3 books, Reg?
So this is in your notebook. This is in your board notebook.
Oh, actually in the work session meeting
yes,
notebook?
ma'am. In the work session notebook.
And under
Number
what
8,
section?
8A.
Okay, just give me a minute.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
I apologize. I should have probably given a little better introduction to where the document was rather than just going right to work. So I'm assuming we're all on the same page and ready to roll.
Just give me a second. I'm going to verify that with you because what I found under 8A, it says Jacob's Bond Program Handbook and gives a little background. Is that right?
I don't know that you can see that, but it's just kind of an outline of what it looks like. In the bottom right corner is going to say Program Management Handbook.
Well, let me just listen because I'm not looking at what you're looking at, so I'll just look at the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You take my word for it, in other words.
Okay. This is Michael Evans.
You take my word for it, in other words.
This is Mike Evans. Dr. Morrison, you should have a binder that says work session meeting, and it has the 1:30 timestamp in red.
Yes, I have that.
Look at that binder.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go to 8. When you look in that binder, you'll have the number 8 written in one of the sections there, written with looks like a Sharpie or something.
Okay.
It says 8.
Okay.
All right. Flip it to A. Look at A.
Okay.
Okay. On A, you should see where it says work session date and all that. Okay. Flip the page again, and it'll say prepared for Tarrant County College 2019 Bond Program Management Handbook, and then flip that page, and you'll see where the young man is.
Okay, I have that. Thank you so much.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Yeah, it's the first time I've been called a young man in a long time.
Well, Jeff, I figured I'd make you feel good, man.
Okay, thank you. So we are on page 1, and just a real quick recap now that I think everybody's got page 1. That is the organizational management structure for the program. And so again, you can see where Jacobs falls, being the program manager. We will be managing the design consultants and the actual construction of the projects. And if you go back up the chart, you'll see that our oversight is with the real estate and facilities group, the COO, and the Chancellor, who then in turn report to the Board of Trustees. So if you'll flip to the next page with me, we're going to talk about program, buckets, packages, and projects. And so the program, you hear us say program a lot. Program encompasses the entire bond program. So that would be the $825 million program. And then you're going to hear us talk about program scopes. And in this particular program, we say the word buckets a lot. I haven't necessarily used that before, but it works. And so in this program, we have 4 distinct buckets. And of those buckets, we have the Northwest Campus redevelopment, which we're going to talk about in depth today. We have the Southeast Campus project. We have MEP and infrastructure. And for clarification, MEP is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And then we also have the 3 goals and 8 principles buckets. And so if you look to the next page, you'll see our organizational chart for Jacobs and Jacobs Consultants. And just a very quick review, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you can see to the outer perimeter that we have our design management team and our controls team on the far right, and then our program managers and assistant project managers down the center of this underneath those 4 buckets that I just spoke about. Okay, we're going to move on to another key aspect, which you're going to hear more about in the upcoming presentation, is about reporting. Reporting is very important for both the board and your public. And so as the Board of Trustees, you're going to receive at a minimum a quarterly report about the program. And that's the program as a whole, all of the projects, what's going on in the entire program. In the beginning of this, I anticipate that we'll be meeting more frequently with you. Another reporting device, which you're going to, again, hear more about, is our website. We have been in the process of developing a website that will be outward facing from TCC to provide information to the public. And we also will have a dashboard. Within the dashboard, it will dial down to more project specifics. There'll be more about the budget. There'll be more about the soft costs. There'll be a lot more information on the dashboard. And speaking about the flow, if you'll look to page 5, you'll see a very good layout flow chart of what the communication flow looks like. You can see Jacobs as the owner's rep. We're right in the center of the bottom. So essentially, we kind of become the hub of communication. So information comes in from the committees, from the 3GAP, consultants, facilities. We're more or less the hub of that information and report it up to the real estate and facilities group, which in turn go right up the channel to the Chancellor and Chief Operating Officer and to you, Board of Trustees. Every bond program has to have a robust set of tools for managing the budget. At TCC, we already, the Real Estate and Facilities Group already has established project mates, and that is a very good reporting system, and Jacobs will be integrating, and we already have begun integrating with TCC and project mates. This is a control system for everything related to the bond program as far as a communication tool between the design consultants, the owner's rep, real estate and facilities, and the contractor. This is a very good tool that we've already began to integrate with. And so with those tools, you also have to have processes. And so if you'll just continue down the page, I'm not going to go through every process, but I want to pick off a few that are key. Program guidelines, one of the key issues is about projects. You've already listed to your public the projects that are going to be included in this bond program. And so one of the things we want to make sure is that we deliver those projects. No project will be added or deleted from your program without the consent of your COO, Real Estate and Facilities Group, and Jacobs, your program manager. So we're being very careful to deliver exactly what's in your bond program. Budget-wise, line item adjustments, which will occur from time to time. You know, right now you have a lot of rough estimates on what these projects are going to cost. And so there's going to be some adjustments to the line items. There's a process for making those adjustments, which includes Jacobs, your COO, and your I just can't get real estate out today. Real Estate and Facilities Group. So there's processes in place and processes to be followed when changes need to be made. Last one I'm going to pick on is the projected cost variances. There's procedures when we have cost variances, and every project is a living project. There's going to be fluctuations in cost. There's a procedure for managing those fluctuations. Similarly, we have project guidelines. You've already heard Ms. Elenise speak about the technical design guidelines. I want to take this opportunity to say at TCC and the Real Estate and Facilities Group has a very, very robust, probably one of the most robust technical design guidelines I've ever read and ever laid my eyes on. it'll be our job to make sure that the designs adhere to those technical design guidelines, as well as your educational specs. Your educational specs talk about what's required for each space related to the program that it fits to. And so several processes are in place for both the program and then also the projects. So quickly talk about really what is project management. This is a great summary of project management. It's really managing what some people call the triple constraints. Some people call them 3 constraints. Some people call them the awful devil in the details. So those 3 constraints are essentially the scope of work, the budget, and the schedule. When you effectively manage all 3 of those, you can deliver projects on time, within the scope, and within the budget. As your owner's rep, it's our responsibility to make sure that the scope is adhered to. And when the scope's adhered to, the budget usually tracks right along with the scope. And then the schedule, it's our responsibility to produce and monitor a schedule of the entire program and each one of the projects. As you know, when projects go over schedule, that impacts the budget. So it's our job to manage those triple constraints, the scope, the budget, and the schedule. And so I'd like to walk you really quickly through what it looks like for a project from the concept to the end. And so this handbook does a very good job at detailing what you've already heard us throw acronyms around. You've probably already heard, well, we're at 50% CDs or we're at 100% DDs. Well, this is going to give you an explanation of what those exactly are. So in the beginning, pre-design activities is really, what is a pre-design activity? Well, we know that we have a project and we know we want to accomplish something. So in the pre-design, I like to refer to it as that's the team that's building the team. Who's going to be on the team? Who's the architect? Who's the engineer? Who's going to help us push this project forward? Once you have your team established, the very next thing, which you've heard tonight or this afternoon, I don't know what I'm calling it tonight, you've heard this afternoon about programming. So programming is really that team sitting down and determining what are the functions of this project at the end? What are the expectations of the owner? What are the other constraints? What are code requirements? What are the college standards? What has to go into this project to make it successful? That's the programming piece. Once we've reached a consensus on programming, we move into schematic design. I've always referred to schematic design as the boxes on the piece of paper. And I'm probably going to get punched from one of my architect friends because that's a very simplistic explanation, but really that's what it is. We've determined what the program is, and now the schematic design is really just kind of letting it take shape. What do the buildings look like? What do the boxes look like with the existing campus? Or if it's a new campus, how do those boxes relate to one another? And how are they oriented on the campus? So that's a very simplistic view of schematic. So I'll take my punch when I get over there. After we get to a consensus on what that schematic design looks like, we move into design development. And that's when those boxes on the paper, they really start to take more shape. They start to have architectural influence. The infrastructure is taken a look at. More development goes into the electrical, the plumbing, the mechanical. They really start taking shape of what the overall project's going to look like. Once the consensus is reached and the determination is made that, yes, this design meets the needs and the functions of the owner, in this case, TCC, we move into construction documents. Construction documents are a much more detailed set of drawings that are issued to the contractor that will take that design and actually be able to bid it and build it. And that's naturally the flow. The next thing that's going to occur, those construction documents are what we use to bid the project. One thing I want to mention here too is one thing that's ongoing throughout this entire process is commissioning. And I know we've talked to you a little bit about commissioning before. Commissioning is essentially a third party that's making sure that everything that goes into this building and building design is going to function as designed and at an optimal level. Next natural step, and this depending on the bid process, if it's a construction manager at risk, which the 2 projects that we're working on currently, Northwest Campus and the Southeast Campus, is a construction manager at risk. That individual, that contractor, is usually identified early in the process and participates in each one of these steps, participates in the programming, the schematic design, participates in the development of the construction documents. On the case of the Northwest Campus, that's Skanska. After that contractor is identified, the next thing that naturally occurs is construction of the building. So we're not going to spend a lot of time on it. Construction occurs, we clean it, next natural step, clean it, move in, occupy it, and then we close out the project. These are the natural steps of any project. The very next phase after its occupancy is taken by the college, the very next item is warranty. As a program manager and your owner's rep, we'll make sure that the warranty, no matter if it's a 1-year warranty, 5-year warranty, we'll make sure that those warranties are adhered to when there is, and if there is a situation that requires some warranty work. That's kind of the natural progression of a project from the conception to the move-in to the closeout. The last thing that I touched on to begin the process was a very robust glossary of terms at the end of this book. Like I say, we use a lot of acronyms, and not all of these terms are frequently used, but if they are, there's a great guide for you to flip over to them. Be happy to answer any questions about our program management handbook.
Thank you for that explanation. I have just a few questions here that I wanted to get clarification on.
Okay.
And this was very helpful, by the way. Thank you. You made a reference to, I guess it was around approval of any changes. You called that one out specifically. If there was going to be any changes or additions, or that it would go through Jacobs, the COO, Real Estate and Finance. COO, I'm assuming, is Susan. So who's comprising the Real Estate and Finance that would be involved in the approval, or is that you as well, Susan? You could clarify who that is.
So currently it's Gary Prather. He is retiring in January, so we're in the process of filling that position. So he runs that team, and so the three of us would be aware. Later in the presentation, we'll talk a little bit about accountability and when things make it back to the board for a decision that's significant. So, but we'll cover that a little bit later in the presentation as well.
Thank you for that clarification. And the other clarification I had, when you were talking about the different phases.
Yes, ma'am.
And you called out specifically electrical, and it falls in design. Where does technology fall as far as the standards? Where does that fall in what phase of the design?
That's going to be in that same phase with the MEP. That's typically when you start diving in a little deeper.
Okay.
That's typically when the technology is also included. That includes your telephone, fire alarm, other systems of technology.
Security, everything. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is Gwen Morrison. May I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, tell Gary no. Second of all, I have a question going back to program guidelines approved by COO, Real Estate and Facilities, and Jacobs. Now, my first question is, who wrote this document that we're reading?
I can't hear her. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, who wrote this document? Whose document is this?
This is a culmination of an effort between Jacobs and your Real Estate and Facilities group. This is what a typical program handbook would look like for any client.
Okay. So my question really is, on this number one,
could you tell me what page you're on, please? And I'll jump right to it with you.
Page 6. The right process is bond program and project guidelines. Then the subtopic is program guidelines. And number 1 says no project at any site will be added or deleted without prior written approval by the COO, Real Estate and Facilities, and Jacobs. And my first question was, should not the board weigh in on that at that point?
I can take it if you want. Sure. Yes, ma'am. So think of this as you already have a very good outline of what your projects are on a particular campus. And let's say that we had a request and I'm not going to try to nail down where the request came from, but we had a request that, hey, we also want to add 50 tons of a new 50-ton chiller that was not part of the program. That would be a process that would be vetted through your COO, your real estate and facilities group, and Jacobs. If that need was a legitimate need, then that would come through the COO and the Chancellor to the Board of Trustees. So I think your question is, would you have input on that change? And the answer would be yes, if it was a significant change to the program.
A little later in today's agenda, you'll hear more about change orders and the threshold for change orders.
That's fine. I just want to be certain that if Gwen Morrison comes up with a concern and of something that was added or deleted, and I don't want to be told that, well, you voted as a part of the program guidelines, that you didn't need to be informed about that. So I'm certain that the Chancellor will take care of that.
Yes, no, ma'am. And that's not the intent of this program, this particular process. This is just a gateway. If there were to be a change, here's the first level of defense for that change, and here's how it has to be vetted out.
Okay, I actually would feel more comfortable if the end of that statement had something that referred to it, going from what you said through the Chancellor to the board, just in an abundance of caution. I don't know how other people feel about it. That's just my thought. And while I have another question that was on, give me 1 second. On the page 8, 3 constraints of any project.
Yes, ma'am.
I wrote down quality and put a question mark behind it because I understand what you're saying these 3 components are. And I think my concern was somewhere in the scope of work and in the budget and in that 3rd component, expressly, there needs to be language that specifies the quality of the work. And I'm concerned about that throughout this whole project. As you've heard me say before, why not the best? So I'm saying we're spending 100% of public dollars, and I'm hoping to get the maximum quality, the best for the dollar out of this. And I want to make sure that that idea is pervasive throughout everybody's thinking. And so I just want to bring that forward today and ask that that's abundantly clear throughout the entire process.
Yes, ma'am. Well noted. Our scope of work, that is quality, and that is part of our owner's rep. That's part of our job to make sure that you get the quality that's designed into the scope of work. So that is hand in hand, and perhaps we can modify that statement just a little bit.
And let me explain why I mentioned that specifically. Because at a prior meeting, there was a reference to the statement that we decided that good was good enough. And that has bothered me and been my concern. And if better is available or best is available, then maybe good is not good enough. And that's my concern. Chancellor, I'm asking you to please make certain that the idea that I'm conveying is communicated at all levels and brought into consideration in the program.
A little later in this agenda, we will have a discussion on good, better, and best.
Thank you. And so this document might be revisited, right?
Yes, ma'am. This is a living document. And so this was a great discussion today. Obviously, this is the foundation of the program, and we'll certainly take a look at your suggestions today. And I thank you for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to invite Aaron from Jacobs to come up and do a live drive-through demo of the website so that you'll start to get a sense of that. This is a preview. This will also be a living site as well. As we continue to develop information, it'll grow and improve over time. Our intent is to launch it publicly in January so that the public will have some transparency into the bond program. I will turn it over.
Trustees, Mr. Chancellor. Good afternoon. I get to do a little bit of show and tell. I'm going to try to do it live, but there's always the risk of technical malfunctions. But our goal is to present. So what we're showing on the screen today is web-based. When we release it to the public in January, will be available. We're having some coordination meetings at the moment with your communications department. It likely will be embedded within the TCC website rather than a standalone website as I'm showing it now, so that there's continuity of messaging, continuity of access. We can cross promote and do all those things. So for now, we're developing it in our own environment, but by the time we release it in January, it may look slightly differently and it will be accessed differently. So if you do, and it's kind of small, I don't know if I have the mouse up there. It worked a second ago. Oh, I see it. Ooh. Not working. All right, well, let's do this. I'm gonna just have you drive then. Best laid plans. What the website is intended to do, and by the way, my name is Aaron Sarfati. I'm part of the Jacobs project management team. I'm in charge of controls, so really implementing cost and schedule controls on behalf of the bond program. A lot of that data that we generate then feeds this. We plan on updating the information on here on a monthly basis, PDFing it for historical purposes as well. But the idea is we'll land on a homepage, and we may have some video or something to celebrate some of the victories. And if we scroll down on the homepage, there's an opportunity for some updates. What are the highlights for that month or for that quarter or for that time period? Maybe it's ribbon cuttings or groundbreakings or major milestones or vendor fair events, those kinds of things. So this is an opportunity to broadcast those to the public. Continuing down the homepage as well, you'll have some information of the history of the bond, how it was proposed, what was promised to the voters, that kind of information. We'll continue scrolling down a little bit. Then some quick facts with some reference to the 3GAP. We're going to work on tying in some of the information so that we have, on behalf of the public, so if you scroll over one of those like blue sections below, so when you scroll over that'll give you a quick definition of what that principle is. So you've got some quick information. So from the public perspective, you have a good understanding. Now the navigation along the top, really simple. We'll go into the projects tab at the top. Here's where we're going to start populating project information. And it's important to note on this bond program, the projects range in size. So Jeff talked about program bucket project. Northwest Campus itself is a project, but also a bucket that encompasses $300 and some odd million, $308 million. While we may have some very small projects, some $100,000 or $200,000 projects. So how much information on each of those projects is going to be relative to the size and I'd say relative importance to those, but there will be accessible information I'll show in the dashboards in a second on all of the projects at all times at your fingertips. So here will be a presentation of those projects. If you click on Northwest Campus, that first project in the top left, you'll see what a typical project page will look like. Yeah, right. Just click on it. Yeah, it's coming up. So here you'll get a sense, when are we anticipating opening it? What phase is it in? What's the budget? What are the key components and key details, key goals of the project? There's a gallery on the right-hand side to show some of the renderings, some milestone pictures along construction, and then some completed photos. If you keep scrolling down, please, you'll also see we can incorporate webcam or time-lapse type videos as we progress. And obviously this is, again, relative to the size and complexity of the project, with the relative value associated with that kind of stuff. And then we'll continue scrolling down, project location, and then finally, who are the key players on those projects. We'll add Skanska here for the January public release. So this will be a typical project page for all of those projects. Now, if we go over, continuing on the navigation of the dashboard and report section, my experience has been that board members and public members like going to the dashboard a lot because it really gets to the ability to fine tune what you want to see. So in this case, we're presenting a lot of information in an interactive format. Along the left-hand side, the navigation you'll see is some quick filters. We have filtered it by bucket, by campus, by project type, by budget group. So, if you click on MEP, for example, it'll filter out to where we're at, or you filter out, so MEP there, you can see the breakdown by campus. We are fine tuning. We're still in the integration process, which is why we're not going live in December, but we're going live in January. So we're going to triple and quadruple check that all of the information before it gets released is accurate and that we can stand behind it. So we're, I'd say, 95% there with the information. So what is not present now is the schedule information. Schedule information will also be on the version that we release in January to the public. So any member of the public, any member of the board, any member that wishes can access this information 24/7 from your tablet, from your mobile device, from your computer, and get the relevant information, cost, budget cost, how much has been spent to date, and schedule information relative to each of those projects. And we'll document a historical moment in time for every month in a PDF that'll be accessible at the bottom of this page as well. And then the last section of this page, which we're also equally excited about, is the working with TCC section. So this will be an opportunity not to duplicate what may be on your current purchasing website, but really to highlight opportunities for MWBE firms and other firms that are interested in working on the program, upcoming vendor fairs, opportunities for certification for MWBEs and hubs, and also maybe highlighting opportunities that are forthcoming, maybe in the coming months that are not readily.
Lockdown drill for the Trinity River East 4th building only. Lockdown, do not leave. Stay in your room or building. Hide under furniture. Turn down.
We can't hear that person that's speaking.
Barricade doors. Stay away from doors and windows. Remain quiet and away.
He's saying there's a lockdown in the building. Nobody should leave.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Evans. Hope you all are safe.
I believe it's a lockdown drill for the East Fork building. So we're going to continue with everyone's blessing.
Okay.
All right. So, and then we have a linkage to the purchasing site as well, so that that those members of the public that wish to do business with TCC have an easy way to do that. So we're very excited about releasing this. This is a great public information tool, but also a public participation tool to bring in the best of the best to do work on the bond program. So that's my quick overview, my quick draft, and we're excited to release it in January. Welcome any questions.
This is Bill Greenhill. I'm sure you're going to do this. Will you be keeping data in regard to, sign-ins and that kind of thing, so we can kind of keep track of that? Not that I would ask for it at any time, but are you going to be doing that?
You say sign-ins?
Who is taking a look at what you're doing?
Yeah, so great.
Take a look at our site. bumps that you get? I'm not sure what the technical term is.
Yeah, that's a great question. We will have metrics, and especially that was one of the benefits of working with TCC and putting it on your site. We will have metrics, but because it is a publicly accessible website, there is no data on who is accessing it, but we will know how many times it is accessed.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this is Gwen Morrison. I have a question and a request.
Go ahead.
And perhaps this only applies to me. It would be helpful if I could have a staff person sit with me to go through this, a preview before it goes live, so that if I have a question and I really don't understand something, we have an opportunity to clarify that before it goes live. I would not like for it to go live and contain something that even I don't understand. When people look at that, I'm going to be held accountable for the information that's presented there.
Yes, ma'am. I think we're happy to arrange that deeper dive with you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much.
So now we're going to transition to the next portion of the work session and invite Michael Ufer up to visit with us about how we apply the information you saw about the design process in that handbook to the real life situation of Northwest, leading to the design drivers you've seen and some of the discussion around good, better, best as you've already heard. So I will turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Susan and Chairman and Chancellor. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve. What we want to talk about today is the design process. And where we started as Huckabee Ginsler was for the all campus piece, the enterprise plan. So it was all campuses. And this is before we really drilled down to the Northwest campus. So I want you all to kind of make that distinction, and I'll share with you kind of where you'll know when we talk about the Northwest campus when that change happened. So when we think about the things that we talked with you about, we're going to dig into the design drivers, the empathy diagramming, the visioning that was done. Jeff spoke to that process that happens before schematic design. We're going to talk about the specific site master planning and the things that we did specifically about what we would do on all campuses, but how the Northwest campus in particular grew out of the scenarios. And we're going to talk about the student success planning as well as the design development itself. So thank you for being here. The technical requirements that we evaluated were really to inform TCC to make those informed decisions, to really be good stewards.
Excuse me, let me interrupt, Mr. President. I think we're moving into the notebook that was delivered today. It's titled Bond Program Discussion. Back at this notebook, and I think the people that are online probably may have
Thank
trouble
you, Mr. Barr.
Understanding where we are. Am I correct? That's page 9 of the notebook. The cover says Bond Program Discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Sorry about that. But
no, is everybody? Do we need to give everybody a minute to get there?
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Thank you.
Am I activated on the tool? Am I activated on the clicker? Thank you. So when we think about the technical requirements, I'm hitting the red up arrow. It's not going anywhere. Okay, thank you. We really started with a better understanding of the site. Not only did we look at wind conditions and solar orientation and all the natural amenities of the site, we looked at the general condition of the buildings that were there. And when we started, we evaluated each building, not only for its physicalness in terms of its structure, but whether that meets the needs of that 50-year plus building that we're looking to build and surround the Northwest campus in. We also look at the functional obsolescence, meaning does the building still meet code even once we rebuild it? Are the stairs in the right place or the features in the right place? But we understand the current condition. What you're seeing are photos of some selective demolition that was done and the infrastructure behind the brick. So the brick may have looked just fine, but what you see is the structure behind it is compromised. So when we think of those things, we also think of our charge. And if you go to the next slide, we looked at not only the number and sizes of classrooms needed, and this was done in concert with Air St. Gross and their materials that they provided, but also facilities, programming, and consulting that did the program effort that Jeff kind of outlined for you there, where we name each piece of the new project and how that gets done. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But really looking into the schedule of efficiencies that we'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes, as well as growth projections, where and what are we building the Northwest campus for, as well as those initial budget projections so that we know we're being good stewards of TCC. So really this was our charge. What you look at in the gray bar is the existing square footage on campus. The programming effort after going through that is the orange bar. And once you add all of the amenities that we've talked about, the student success pieces in 21st century learning, we're really looking at the blue bar. And this includes not only the new buildings, but the buildings that are existing that we're going to be reskinning so that the campus is unified and has that unified TCC brand to the community. Next slide. So what was gone through and the pedagogy of requirements for education is we really looked at where the future is going, not only in terms of the systems that will be used within TCCD, but what other systems and other peer institutions may be using that we may be able to bring to the table for you all to discern and make that informed decision. We looked at classroom standards, and those are identified here. We'll talk a little bit more. Lab configurations, as well as performance spaces like the theater and the white box and some of the spaces within the other buildings. But what you see before you are two representations of classrooms that we studied, and the advisory panels, the ILI advisory panel was very involved in these processes and what came out of this. How many should be in a classroom? What's that ideal learning environment? How should those tables and chairs be arranged? Where should the instructor be? What kind of AV should they have?
River East Fort Building. Resume normal activities.
That became the program of requirements, and that's nothing more. Jeff started to say it, a list of the spaces and the sizes of what Northwest Campus needs to be built upon by department, by function, so that we can put that into the new campus. And you'll see a little bit more about how that grows. From that, we did what we call the room data sheets. It's another big book that starts to share some of these outlines, but it also shares not only some of the critical criteria of the building and the room, its finishes, its adjacency to amenities, the AV in the room, controls that may need to be into the room to accomplish those different learning environments. So very detailed information that Skanska, our PM on the job, has used when they do budgeting. It was very, very helpful for them to get the tool right and the budget right using this amount of data that was done very early on. So we go back to where did we get all that data and where did it come from? And I know that having worked on the project, it is a very robust set of guidelines that was created and has been generated ongoing for a long time by TCC. And what I will say is, like Jeff, it is a very robust, very thoughtful, very caring set of documents that allows us to make choices, bring them to we have bi-weekly meetings, bring them to the meeting and maybe challenge some of those or embrace some of those and understand if there is a schedule or a cost impact to it. We're also looking at durability. You'll see us talk about good, better, best. Durability falls into that as well as longevity, and really thinking about that return on investment and being able to not only provide space that meets that needs, but make that space operational and have those operational costs known. So when we think about design drivers in the ideal campus, we really invite all of you, the board, to participate in this and to share with us your thoughts on some of where we have been. And we're going to share those with you now, but we really want to define for you where we've been and how we got there so that you can add anything that we may have missed or share a perspective you may have that we want to address. So there is a framework for this for capital planning, and specifically globally, that comes right out of the bond program that has been shared with you. So some of the things that we did, we've had over 50 meetings with the 8 principal advisory groups that bounce off of and support the 3 goals of TCC. We did empathy diagramming, and what this is asking about the future state of the built campus and talk about what are you seeing, what do you hear being said, what are some of the things that are being thought about when you enter that campus and how that makes you feel. And we know current state because we've been to every single one of your campuses and we got that feedback as well from the advisory panels. You can go ahead and change. So this is some of the documents documenting the presentations that were given to us by the advisories, and this is Learning Commons here. They took some of that information that was gathered and they broke it down for us and gave us what they thought the right pieces for the Learning Common were going to be, and gave us that high-level interaction so that we could ask questions as well of them and they of us. So we had that common ground. And that was done in sequence with this visioning session or these empathy diagrams. So you can kind of see the different topics that were covered there on the slides. Really thinking about how you build that 21st century learning environment. What we want to say is TCC is doing things that no one else is doing. They are looking past where current state is and looking to future state of the campus environments and of the projects that you're doing. And it was a process that ASG and Jack Black led, and that's the book that you received earlier, I believe. So the other thing we did is what happens in those advisory meetings. When we are in those meetings and we're doing those empathy diagrams, we ask a question and we give everybody Post-its and they get to put them on the board that goes along with the empathy topic that we're talking about. What's important here is everybody gets a voice. You can have as many Post-its as you want. You can talk about all kinds of different things. And there's interaction going on in terms of conversations and definitions and that kind of thing while we're doing this. It's a very interactive, very exploratory conversation, and this was a great way to document it in terms of the future state to develop the design drivers. So what do we do with all that information? That's a great question. So we take those documents from the Post-it notes and we put it into a program to create a word cloud. And what happens in this word cloud for each one of those empathy topics, the bigger the font, the more that word has been used. So we're able to take every single advisory and combine them and look at where not only they were when we started, but how they combine together. And then, next slide, please. What came out of that? So what came out of that is really 6 words that we want you to remember. We want you to remember clarity, connectivity, community, identity, and efficiency. And these became words that became very important to the overall all campus drivers for the design of your new campuses or projects on those campuses. So when you think about this, what you see in the orange is the words that came directly out of those empathy diagrams. And what you see in the blue is the design driver statement that came out of that. So for instance, the first one in orange is clear wayfinding, easy access. And you look at over to the blue and that says create a welcoming and inviting entrance. Very few people when you go to the Northwest campus understand where to enter. So that became a very primary factor for Northwest. And as we had the pleasure to tour all your campuses, it's something that signage can do, but architecture can complement that much better than it does. So that's clarity. We go to connectivity, and I am not able to read that orange block, but the words came out of it in clarity to promote the ease of navigation, again, that intuitive wayfinding piece, and to promote accessible and safe campuses. So the whole while, we're really thinking about the students, staff, and faculty that occupy these campuses and getting feedback from the advisories that allow us that insight into the design of these facilities. The last one there is utilize technology to enhance TCC's global reach. What this was here is connectivity to the internet and very robust Wi-Fi. So that's the students' desire, is to have that connected level, be it outlets to charge their devices and or robust Wi-Fi and connectivity. When we think about community, we think about two things. We think about the community partners, the partners that hire the TCC graduates, and we think about community in the sense of you are part of the community, both inward and outward, and directly related to your facilities. And you have events that support the community, be it a health fair that's on campus or one of your wonderful productions that are being done from the theater side or the music side, or even a gallery offering to look at artwork that goes on your facilities. I've been amazed and makes me want to take a few classes at TCC. An identity. This is where we really are happy to see you embrace and discovering the new TCC brand. And we believe this brand being iconic and being all over all campuses only fortifies the reach and depth of your roots in the community that TCC has. So when you think about this, it's also not only that entry experience, that first personal touch that makes you think of TCC and drive a buzz around it, but it is also education being on display. Looking into that classroom, seeing what's going on in that physics class that you're walking by and thinking, I'm curious, I think I want to learn more about that, and going down to the Welcome Center and finding out more. We also want to talk about efficiency, and this is being good stewards of TCC's dollars, that future forward learning piece, that 21st century learning. We want these buildings to be 50-year plus buildings. And in order to do that, it has to be very purposeful in the design, flexibility, modularity, and looking for things that we know are going to change no matter what. And that falls into all kinds of categories there. And it's also creating environments that are innovative and that inspire its occupants, both the students, staff, and faculty, and creating those environments that really create a wonderful student journey. And the last topic we're going to talk about is sustainability. And this is where we can get into, we want to be good for Mother Earth, but we also want to be easy on the pocketbook of TCC and do smart things now for the future. So it's being ecological, and it's being responsible, and it's also being proactive in the design pieces that we put in place today. Really creating that next level learning opportunity. So when you think of all six of these, clarity, connectivity, community, identity, efficiency, and stewardship, these are the design drivers of the ideal campus. And we welcome any input that you may have that improve upon our design drivers as we move forward. Any feedback so far? Okay, next slide. So as we move forward, we really think about your role in this, and we've spoken earlier about the sustainability plan and the technology plan, and that we're going to come back to you in February with some more information on that for us to make critical decisions and those informed decisions. But what we wanted to do is open this to the Chancellor. Chancellor, do you have anything you'd like to add here?
Specifically, your eventual adoption of a sustainability plan and technology plan, in addition to the other stewardship related to cost per foot and various fees to engage our partners on, it's really it's those items that your engagement and approval and adoption of those items would help the board monitor the implementation of these design drivers. So these design drivers are with us, they're going to stay with us. And these are the things that in essence are important, that deemed important by the users, if you will, for the particular project, the overall bond project. We want and we need to have the engagement of the board as it relates to adopting a sustainability plan and technology plan, and then use those plans, if you will, those points of how we're going to speak to both of those items as, are they present in the drivers? How are they present in the drivers in the implementation of the design drivers?
Thank you, Chancellor. Next slide. So we're going to shift.
Mr. President, might I ask a question or make a comment?
Certainly.
So one concern that I would like to move forward with and feel comfort in the future is that we won't get far along and think, I wish we had thought of this or done that, and talk to one of our partners and they say, well, we could have done that, but you didn't say anything. So I want everybody that's involved to take ownership and make sure we don't fall into that category sometime in the near future. Please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can I ask a question, Mr. Heed?
Go ahead.
Where are we with regard to the Northwest Campus? Where are we in the process? And I'm referring back to the Jacobs Handbook that's in our workshop notebook under 8A. And on page 10, we talk about starting on page 9, pre-designed activities, programming, schematic design, design development. Where are we in this process on the Northwest Campus?
Mr. Barr, if you give me just a few more slides, I'll answer that question more.
Okay.
It has to do with swing space, and I'll explain what that term means as well.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Might I get a response to my statement from somebody?
I'd be glad to answer your question, Dr. Morrison. And we say that we hope we've unturned every rock, and that we know that the bigger our net or the bigger conversations we have, like with the board, that we have done our due diligence and have turned over those important factors, those critical decisions that need to be made, and that we all remain accountable and take ownership for where we are and how that fits into not only the design drivers, but the success of students in the future at Tarrant County.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to talk about the site specifically at the Northwest Campus. And what we want to understand is this was a journey, and we had the design drivers and we looked at the campus, and while we were gathering the design drivers, we were doing the selective demolition. We were taking careful look at what the sun angles were doing on campus, as well as the winds. We know the winds in that particular area can be quite fierce during certain times of the year, just without anything natural happening. We also understand that it has some incredible amenities that the current design, I'm going to say it, turned its back on, that we have not, that we believe we will embrace Marine Creek Lake and all the different amenities that are there, the topography, the different site views that are of downtown from that site are just incredible. So we want to celebrate those. So as we were looking at the design of the different opportunities for the campus, these were all the things we were considering. So there's models here that start to show some of this. In fact, every single one of these schemes are right here. When you look at Scheme A, it has certain amenities to it. Scheme B has others. You can tell quite easily how the circulation happens there. Circulation, ease of access, inviting to the public, that welcoming feeling that we were talking about. And what we did is discovered every single one of those, talked about them robustly. And if you go to the next slide, I'll start to show you how we did that. So I think there's a slide missing. Thank you. So remember, we talked about clarity, community, identity, efficiency, and stewardship. And each one of these axes represent that. And from the center being 0 to the outer ring being 10, we rated every single scenario. We looked at its impact on the utility systems. We looked at its impact on how it would fit on the site and its contextual, architectural type connectivities. And the bigger the red, the larger the connectivity was. This is scenario A, just as an example here. And if you go to the next slide, what it shows is some of the things that we were assessing while that was being done. The relationship to other buildings on the campus, to parking, how it interfaced and how the views might be made, and how circulation of people might work in this. So evaluating existing square feet, evaluating new square feet, understanding how the sun and the wind and different amenities were celebrated on campus. We took this, and around each one of those design drivers, we looked not only at the articulation of the new buildings, but how that developed with the site and how that developed with buildings that were being renovated or changed or really remodeled. Basically, how do we take that campus and make it look all homogeneous and contextual as one large project? And we are reskinning 3 of the buildings. We are developing the site that you'll see some amenities to in a minute. And all the departments were represented there for that connectivity. So now we're moving from schematics, that visioning, which is that pre-design piece that Jeff was talking about. Now we're moving into schematic design, placing those and getting the adjacencies right of the program on site. So we evaluated 2 schemes particularly in depth. And this is where we really did what we call a plus delta or a pro con on each of the items versed on clarity. And we studied the attributes, not only of 21st century learning, but of costs and of what buildings would need to come down when. And next slide. So if you can look carefully at the diagram, the light blue are new buildings. The dark blue are buildings to be reskinned. And if you look carefully, you'll see a dotted red line. That dotted red line represents the existing footprint of your buildings. So while we're looking at this, we had initially 7 buildings on site, and we met with the team and the Chancellor, and the Chancellor challenged us not only to move faster, but to develop buildings that could be placed more articulately on site so that we could stay on campus and be operational the entire time. We call this swing space. That's basically where they are now, swinging out to another position and then swinging back into their final position. So if you look carefully, building 1 or the building to your upper left, that light blue building, there are no encumbrances there. That can be built without taking anything down. Yes, there's some site things and some driveways and maintenance pieces that need to come down, but that building can be built without taking any buildings down. Building 2, which is at the lower right-hand side of the page, is your welcome center, your onboarding, and your administration building. That is, those 2 buildings are being built first. And building 2 comes down with only 1 building being taken down, and that is the administration building. And we have a finely detailed orchestration, more like a symphony of swing space, that we can share with you if you want to get into that level of detail of where people in that building go temporarily until their building is finalized. So when you look at this, what we want you to understand is building 1 and building 2, the early college high school and the admin building, are in DD. And moving into construction documents, Mr. Barr. That's where we are with those first 2. With the second 2, building 3, the building in the middle and the bottom building, those are in schematic design, working their way into design development. Are there any other questions about phasing or where we are with that you'd like to know?
Would you say that again?
Absolutely. And so if you look in the upper right-hand side, that light blue building, and then the upper left-hand side, lower right-hand side, those 2 buildings are in DD and CD right now. So design development and construction documents. And the middle 2 buildings to the lower left, building 3 and building 4, are in schematic design and design development. And where we are with them depends on who's occupying it and which advisory is giving us input and that kind of thing, if that helps quantify kind of why they're different. It also allows us to build the first 2 first before the campus gets totally demolished and use the new buildings as that needed swing space to stay on campus. Thank you. So as we move here, what we want to share with you is the full site. And the full site is really best seen in the model. And we have the final model here if we want to show the vision of the model, a picture of the site. But what it really is an all-encompassing scenario that is welcoming, inviting, allows the inside-out connection, a connection to the site that doesn't currently happen at Northwest. And it gives a place for the students to hang out. We know that 60% of the learning happens when a student feels connected to the environment and they spend time in that environment with others. So when we think about this model and we think about all the different places, it's not only the inside places here that we've created, but it's the outside places. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. But you can see the areas here are the bosque of trees, and that bosque of trees provides a shaded area in the summer for students to go out and hang out in the landscape, as well as a wayfinding tool for them to understand and orient themselves to the campus. So as we go back to the site plan in the presentation, you can see that there are lots of outdoor amenities. Next slide. Thank you. And what you may think of is, what is that light blue spot in the middle between building 2 to the north and building 4 to the south? Those are large common spaces that are volumetric atriums that we'll share photos with you of. but it's really, they have learning stairs in them and they have a stair. The building 4, the one to the bottom of the page, has the learning commons and the theater in it, as well as some public functions. And these really unite the students, giving them a public place to be seen and be curious about education. And we'll show some imagery of that in a minute. Why are we here? Why are we doing this? It's about the success of the current students and the future students in Tarrant County College. We've heard that this is a student-centered facility. Well, it is very student-centric, and your advisory panels have made us very, very aware of how students are at the center of everything that we do. In fact, as we go through this, next slide, we have learned, as what you're seeing here are, we talked a little bit about adjacencies. So we take that programmatic shape that has a certain square footage and we place it on the plan, and then we show a character image of that space so you understand what it might feel like, what it might look like. What we know is we need a front door. We need a front door that when the public comes, when that prospective student comes and visitors, that they feel welcome, that they feel invited in, and that TCC has given them that opportunity. The orange that you see is onboarding. So as you would come into this facility, the Welcome Center is right in front of you. The onboarding piece is right there. This is on the first floor of Building 2, adjacent to the visitors parking lot. Very, very purposefully placed and very articulately orchestrated so that all the services that they may require are in one place. It also, again, we have met with all the different advisory panels, and they have seen plans, given us input, done extreme philosophies and methodologies for us to embrace that have been very, very helpful. And we have taken those and incorporated them into the buildings that we're designing. All while taking that off-site request of we want to stay on the campus to keep the educational function of the Northwest campus going. And Skanska and TCC facilities and real estate have been extremely important in understanding that orchestration and going back with Dr. Blankenbaker and working through that orchestration so that you can stay operational as a campus while we improve the facility for the future. So what you're seeing here is as we develop and as we share what we've done in the empathy diagramming and visioning sessions back with them, they're sharing back with us. And one of the things this shows the ISSM group as well as the student experience group understanding what persona mapping is. And as a community college, you serve age groups from 14, well, earlier than that in the high school, through 70 plus. So how do we understand those different personas? Well, what we did is we organized a meeting just to talk about that. So they got to place the different amenities that were part of this onboarding process, and then how each student group would use them. Next slide. So you see the different yarns that you see represent different student groups, and the different colored blocks were placed. We had 5 different teams doing this, and we did a metrics, and what came out of it was the next slide that we're going to show, which we consider persona mapping. And basically each student type and how it may work. And if you notice, it's all concentrated on that first part of the second floor. You have to go to 4 different buildings right now to have that same experience on Northwest campus. So we had a great time working with the advisories and getting that onboarding process right. The next thing we want to show you is this is a continual process. That continual process involves continually developing the adjacencies so that they're just in the right place for that effective, efficient campus that not only work for the students, but with the faculty and staff as well. Yes, it's the student experience, but you want to keep the incredible staff and faculty that you have now. You provide them that environment that allows that interaction. What you see on the right-hand side of your screen is something we call big moves. We got feedback from several of the advisories that, hey, music in the middle of this building may be a bit challenging, the noise created. And we said architecturally we can handle that, but the idea of it being there was a challenge. So we've moved things around on the campus here recently to make it better. Music and visual arts are now part of that middle building 3 that has that wedge shape in it. And we've allowed different pieces to come back into the learning commons that were a little bit too remote. Next slide. Every week when we have, every other week, when we have our faculty workshop, we do what we call illustrative plans. And the faculty and staff get the new plans digitally, and they can look and see the different changes as they progress. If you look on the plan, the different colors mean things. The blue, other than the auditorium and gym, are classrooms. So you immediately know where those are. So the campus is cut floor by floor. So this is the first floor that you're seeing. The yellow areas are faculty areas. The orange area on that building 2, the lower right, is the onboarding process. And if you look at the lower left, that purple is the theater. So every week coming back with a new refresh plan that everybody can start to look at and digest and take apart. One of the groups that we've had the pleasure to meet with is Campus Character and Quality. We've had a great time interfacing with them and getting their feedback. They gave us some challenges. They said, here's what we want the attributes of all the campuses to be. We want to have amphitheaters. We want to have places where the students can hang out. We want to have wellness spaces that are outside as well as inside. We want open green spaces that allow us to just hang out, spaces for concerts, spaces for community events. We want covered spaces. The Texas sun gets hot, so we planted bosques of trees. We have some physical coverage as well over the Lakeview Terrace, which is the amphitheater. And it was no surprise to us when they said, hey, the Northwest Campus really meets all of our needs. And what this does is it shows on the right their criteria, and we have arrows that aren't very easily to see on the screen, hopefully in your handout, where each of those things happen and are being developed. So we're going to move into what we think is the basis of the design process and how we've managed this as a full campus, as all schematic design, and then moved some of the pieces forward into design development to better track with the schedule needed for construction. So when we think of design development, what we think is all the things that the advisory panels have told us and what you're going to share with us if we've missed the mark on those design drivers. Next slide. So from the beginning, as we show floor plans, we're also showing images like the one on the left that are a little bit more cartoony, but start to have a look and a feel to them, allowing us to look at proportion of the size of the buildings and how they relate to one another, the spaces in between for the students to hang out, the materials of these buildings. Are we using materials that are cost effective and have the longevity that we need for 50 plus years? Are we building it right? So are we looking at the availability of the material and the ease of construction? Not that that helps in anything but the price and that cost of operation later. Looking at these, we look at, is it welcoming? Is it inviting? Is it intuitive? Do new students and visitors feel welcome? Do they feel this is an appropriate place for higher education? Next. We look at areas that are student success spaces, places for students to hang out so that they stay on campus. One of the things, we've spent quite a bit of time on the Northwest campus, and one of the things that we observed is between classes, students go back out to their cars. Whether this is to smoke or just to have a place to hang out, we know that student success spaces are terribly important. The longer a student stays on campus, the better their grades are. So we've created spaces like this space, the Common in Building 2, which is that volumetric space we talked about earlier, for them to hang out and discuss things. There's a learning stair here where they can hang out, or you can have visiting lecturers or orientation happen on that learning stair. We also have environments like the theater, where we're looking and working with the Visual and Performing Arts Center team right now about what do we need in there for our students to have, so that when they go into the marketplace that they have experienced that. We have not only a catwalk in this theater, but we have things that are automatic that come down on cables to allow them to adjust, covering all sides of the marketplace for music and for drama and for theatrical productions. So really looking at this as a robust environment that can serve many means, from orientation to a wonderful opera to hearing beautiful music. So we're going to take you on a tour right now of the Northwest Campus, and forgive us, it's a little bumpy and it's very fast so that we can do it in 4 minutes. But what we want to do is share with you the full vision of all the pieces and how they come together. So when we come upon this, you're seeing Building 2, that welcoming entry. Coming around to Building 4, which is the Learning Commons and the theater, and both have separate entries. You'll see that in a minute. We're coming around to Building 3, which houses visual arts, music, and classrooms. You can see to the right-hand side of Building 3 that Lakeview Terrace, the wonderful piece that comes down through the middle as landscape, the reskinned WACB, coming upon Building 1, which is Early College High School and Science. The police is at the bottom of that. Coming upon the natatorium and the gym and the physical utility plant and the entryway there, looking back at the maintenance lot. You're now looking at Building 2, the common face side of it. And now you're looking back at the entry. We're going to go into the entry here as if you're walking from the parking lot. So you really get a sense of there is a place here. You've created a dramatic entry. It's branded by TCC. You come in, there's an inviting desk to come into. You're going and looking at the common variety of seating. To your right is the learning stair we talked about, looking up at learning on display, coming up on the second floor, which is primarily classrooms, moving up to the administration area and classrooms, the different areas that students can hang out, and we call them student success spaces, and the views that they can get of hanging out, just walking around. We're going over into Building 4, which is the Learning Commons. It's dimensional commons there with the stair that comes all the way up it. We're going down that stair. Looking over at Building 3, there are bridges that connect Building 2 and 4 and 4 and 3, and you're coming across that bridge and you're coming down looking at the plaza. You're looking back at Building 2 and into that common area again. Looking back at Building 3 and the learning stair along the promenade, which is the main circulation throughout campus, giving you that intuitive wayfinding centering device no matter which building you're in. We're going to come into the theater entry here from the promenade. It also enters from the south. Very robust theater, lots going on. Coming into the edge of the promenade, which is culminates in a beautiful lake view. There's your Lakeview Terrace there. Lots of opportunities for selfies and for students to create a buzz around the amenities on campus. We're coming through the Visual Arts Gallery in Building 3, coming out looking back at WACB and its reskinned state, looking back towards the Early College High School. We're going to go around the building, and the Early College High School has its own drop-off as well as its own entry and is secure from the rest of the campus as required. But you can see it has its own entry there. The east side of Building 1 is Science, and the police station faces right here, primarily because they need ease of access. We're going to come in through the north parking lot entry to Building 1, where you have a stair right there, and it can connect you back to the heartbeat of the campus, or that central plaza. Coming back around, we're going between Building 1 and the natatorium and gym, coming back through the entry that's created between WHPE, the physical education building, the natatorium and gym, and the central plant, and how we really celebrate that and the entries that focus primarily straight ahead on that main piazza. I know that was fast. I know that was jerky. We have a longer version we're happy to share with you. It's just longer and takes more time. So we wanted to give you that snippet. So with that, we wanted to conclude by talking about good, better, and best. And it's not that there are full attributes that make any one better than another. It is the desire and the need and criteria of the design standards and of that use. And I'll give you, for instance, as we talk with the different users, we learn that the early college high schools face large amounts of abuse that the other buildings don't need to take. So they're repainting every year. They're recarpeting every year. So what does that mean? We probably want to make those finishes good and make them more durable and use some of the better materials to help celebrate that public side of that. So when we think of that and we think of the durability, the energy efficiency, and the maintenance of it, it all comes into this as a way for us to have common dialogue about the things that we're doing and how they affect TCC. Next slide, please. So our objectives of good, better, and best are really, how do we effectively serve the students? How do we give them environments that are worthy of what they're doing in them? We're also managing the budget, and we want to be responsible to the taxpayers. To Dr. Morrison's point of, we all are accountable here and we all are responsible. We want that long-term durability, and we want to understand what that operational expense is. If we do a fine floor or a fine fabric that takes additional maintenance, that's probably not being a good steward of TCC. So we pick the things that are more durable. We use better as the baseline, and I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute. But the idea, it's flexible, so you may have more in certain areas than in other areas because you want that first perception of the public to be something, but you don't want it to be an operational challenge to you or a budget challenge to the project. So we've spread those out. And it allows us a foundation for Skanska to continually challenge us on pricing and make sure that we're on time and on budget with the things that are being built, and make sure that, as Jeff said, that scope of work, the 3 triangles, stays intact and delivers you what you need. So when we think about good, what you see is a space like this: beautiful, durable, and timely, but it's towards the durable side. And you see the yellow or highlighted things that are going to happen. On the top left, you see percentages, and you may be able to read them better on your sheet. But as we go to better, you'll see those percentages increase. And as we go to best, you'll see those percentages increase. And it's just in certain areas. It's not a global piece all over campus, but it's to get that bang for your buck. And it's a careful balance, that orchestration between budget, scope, and schedule. So when we think about better, there's some things that come to my mind. We're doing acoustical treatments because the space requires it. We're maybe adding a little wood for warmth. One of the things that came out of the design drivers is we really want this to feel more comfortable, to remove that anxiety of students, to make it feel more like home than an institutional building. We also have included TCC branding, which we know we will get and look forward to getting into the project, which will allow us to celebrate and be curious about all the wonderful things that happen within the TCCD educational system. We have a screen in the Welcome Center that allows us to, big screen, to touch that and explore and be curious about all the wonderful things that are being taught there and all the opportunities from the alumni that have graduated from here. So that brings us to BEST. And as you can see, the BEST gets more to the public face, those bigger spaces. We think it's building 2 as you enter and building 4 as you enter the Learning Commons, where we may have a terrazzo floor, which is just as easy as polished concrete to upkeep, but it has a certain level that visitors and potential students will be able to relate to. Most of the floors out there now are terrazzo. It also does things like increase the acoustical treatments as well as the different types of wall treatments that are not only acoustical but decorative, and allow us to start to celebrate. There is a Texas iconology that we're using for intuitive wayfinding, where each building has a color that allows students to know not only visually where they are, but from a color where they are. And we're looking at how we further that right now. So you know where you are on campus, not only by the physical environment that you're in, but by the color of the signage in the building and possibly the color of some of the fabrics and wall treatments and accent walls. So we want to conclude and say thank you for the opportunity today, and answer any questions or get any feedback from you that you may have.
Very good presentation, very educational. I appreciate it. I can tell a lot of work has gone into preparing this, and I appreciate that.
Our pleasure.
How would you characterize in this good, better, best arena, how would you characterize this Trinity River building we're in here today?
I would say this is better to best, to be quite honest. We know that the budget that it took to do this, and at the time, way back when, I was part of the design team that did this with the firm here. So its educational facilities are a little bit different, and you have modified this and morphed into this quite nicely by using Main Street and really embracing the educational aspects that this building can bring to TCC. What I would say is that this, if the public knew you paid for this for construction, you would be above your current budget. And I know we're going to talk a little bit about that. So it gets into that public perception. I don't want to say opulence, but we don't want to be opulent. We want to be the workhorse. We want to be that environment that inspires and provides that background of brand to TCC that's representative.
I would just observe that, to me, when you're building public buildings that have to last a long time, you need to build very good buildings. 30, 40 years in the life of a person is a long time. 30 or 40 years in the life of a public building is not that long.
Agree. And, when you think of the embodied energy that goes into a building being sustainable and thinking about resiliency, those are some of the things that we think about, that carbon footprint of just putting the materials in and getting it there. So I would agree that we want to be good to Mother Earth and provide a building that won't need to be torn down, but can flex and be modular into the future.
One more point I'd like to ask you. You talk about reskinning a building. What does that really mean? What does it mean to the windows, the doorways, the entry points, as well as just the actual physical exterior?
So it means different things to different buildings on the Northwest campus, but in general, you take the skin off, you take the windows out, and you replace it all.
Okay.
It will be like a brand new building when you're done on the outside.
Good. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
This took a little bit of work to put this presentation together and to do the work that's led to this presentation. I thought it was excellent.
Thank you. And it took a whole team of people that I have the pleasure of representing, including people in this room.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Gwen Morrison.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I have a couple of questions that I need to clarify. I didn't glimpse entry to the campus from 820 freeway. So that's one thing I would like a question about. The other thing, and I'm sure you probably will share this on a different note, is the security plan for the building and the campus. First of all, you talked about observing the wind and the sun, yet I see an awful lot of glass in that facility. And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just questioning and commenting. The other question that I had was, let me see, I don't want to say coziness, but not all people are comfortable being in a totally open air building. And I just, I wanted to know how you dealt with that concept, or if you considered that at all. So those three issues.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Morrison, and I'll try to address them to the best of my ability. The views from 820, because of where it is sited and because of the different things around it, we've taken several videos. You have to get up to a drone level or higher than your visible eye in a car along 820 to really see the campus. But what we have done, and where you are able to see it, is to the west side of 820 when you are coming back. You get probably a 10-second glimpse as you're going 70, 75 along 820. And what we know as the color that we're talking about on the exterior of this building and how it meets that community will be iconic. And we'll share some of that with you in a future meeting, as well as the way the buildings will be lit at night, kind of celebrate that higher education opportunity and create that beacon to the community as well. And we're doing that in a very cost-effective, purposeful way. It's not like you'll have a light shining up from the top of it and it's hitting the clouds. It's subtle, but yet pertinent to that view along 820.
So we'll use the same entrance that we use now?
No, ma'am, there is really not an entrance. There is a brand new entrance. I wish you were here and I'd walk you through the model. It has an entrance that is part of the second building that will be built on campus, that is the welcome center, the onboarding center, and the administration, as well as classrooms.
No, I mean driving from 820. How will you approach the
Thank you. Thank you for clarification. What we have learned is that there is a new sequence of entries and exits around that off of 820 onto Marine Creek, and we will be evaluating that as more information becomes available. We also know that, yes, that immediate entry drive off of Marine Creek down into the TCC campus is the same drive, but your orientation to the campus is very, very different. You will see the building that you will enter, and it will be very easily found from visitor parking to that front door. So the orientation, the new orientation of campus allows that new drive to do things it can't currently do.
Okay, thank you. And so
Certainly.
the two words that nobody ever wants to hear, but I just have to know, number one, those two words, active shooter, and how are we protecting against that? And the second being the tornado or hail potential. How have we designed to protect against that?
Great questions. And active shooter, we have a plan that we are developing, and it is a constant conversation. And right now we're in the perfect phase of the project to address those. In terms of hazardous weather, be it tornado or hail, we have used the stairwells, the emergency stairwells, as well as the restrooms to be disaster proof, or facilities that people can go into and feel secure. They're fortified the way they're designed, not only to meet fire, but to meet those natural disaster needs.
Okay, and finally,
Michael, The actual specs on the wind is, can you speak to that?
Paul, if I
or I can speak to it. That's okay.
It's 120.
I think the guidance is 120 miles per hour for 3-second gust. Yes. And these are being built at 180 mile an hour to withstand 180 mile an hour gust over 10 seconds.
That's right.
Okay.
I read 180 over 4 seconds. That is 180 over 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's good. And so you mentioned 2 words, restrooms. So yes, everybody coming to that campus is going to be leave parking and leaving a car. And so I just want to ask you to be especially diligent about having easily accessible restrooms accessible to every entry point for all persons.
You make a great point, and there I want to address your other questions as well. Yes, the restrooms are put near circulation ways, be it elevator or stair, so you're not going to have a hard walk or a hard find to do that. And I will say in building 2 and in building 4, you will have concierge desks if you are a visitor to ask that question, but they are easily found. They're just right around the corner. They are not a long walk away, and they are very plentiful. So I want to address your security concern, and security is something we are just getting into, along with not only as with the police station and all the things that police department needs that are on campus, but the security, the hardware, the doors, what's driving all that, how we need to secure that, how it locks down, thinking of your active shooter piece. So security is part of the phase that we're in now on buildings 1 and 2. And to answer your glass question, which is a very, very great question, thank you for that. All the glass faces north on the big atrium pieces. So if we could bring that site plan back up, what you'll see is the areas that are atrium, they primarily face north or are self-shading in the east-west access. So there is very rarely any indirect sun on those 2 faces of glass.
Okay.
So your next question was about coziness, and it may have jumped out of my mind, but my question is yes, there are many different types of environments, even in the buildings that have the atriums, from hyper-personal places to study to very, very public spaces that you can grow and be a part of. As an introvert in college and today, I tend to look at those spaces that aren't front and center, but know that we need all that variety of space throughout all the buildings. And those are part of the student success spaces that we would love to come back and share with you as they develop the different variety of spaces and amenities that we have at the student and faculty's advantage there.
Great, thank you.
Certainly.
Question regarding security. You mentioned that the hallways and the restrooms would be safe areas?
Not the hallways, the fire stairs themselves.
The what?
The fire stairs. So the stairs.
Oh, the stairways. Okay.
The stairways, yes, sir.
And how many students and faculty would they hold related to how many we expect to have on campus at any given time?
If you occupy the stairway and the restrooms, we believe that takes care of the occupancies in the building at that particular time.
And will they be?
And it would be all the floors. Okay. It wouldn't be just that first floor area. It'd be every floor of the stair.
Okay.
So, where do we project the attendance or enrollment for this campus to be? What are we planning toward?
I think it's close to 11 and up to 14 in 2033.
Okay, and then
go ahead. I'm sorry, Dr. Morrison.
Given to students using their ID badges as means of access to different buildings or checking in for attendance or whatever.
Dr. Morrison, were you in our last workshop?
I'm not sure. I forgot.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it last week. I know you weren't there. The challenge there is that those are topics that we're talking about, and you're being very proactive, and thank you for that. That is a conversation that we're in the middle of. We anticipate that to be the case, that they would use their ID as the access point.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so tongue-in-cheek there with you.
That's okay. And so you didn't speak to this specifically, so allow me to ask. Dare I ask what the office spaces might look like in the facility?
Well, that's a great question, and we're working with workspace environments to discover that as we speak, and we'd love to come back and share with you those office environments and all the amenities around them, the huddle rooms, the focus rooms, the break areas and pantry, to really celebrate the staff areas and how we know students like to interface with them.
Okay. And what a typical classroom is going to look like, because, you know, now it's like there won't be, the desk might be a port where the instructor places their laptop, hooks into a system, projects on the screen, et cetera, from that. And then when they leave, they take their laptop with them and the next person comes in and does the same. So I know you're thinking through all of that.
Well, actually, the sheets that we talked about, the room data sheets, dig into that specifically. And there is a computer within each classroom that they can connect to with their laptop, but they could also connect off the server and drive their class from the server if they so choose. So there is a dedicated computer that runs all the AV in the classroom that could also be used by the instructor, or they can supplement that with the presentation on their laptop or on a thumb drive, or, you know, same way we do here at Trinity River for the board meeting. We hand them a thumb drive and away we go.
But when the instructor goes in, he's not going to have Kevin and Bruce there driving the show. They're going to be
no, ma'am. It's all very intuitive too, and I'm sure there will be operational opportunities to learn about the most efficient way to use the technology in the classrooms.
Thank you.
Will all these buildings, other than the shape, obviously, will they look the same, or are they going to be different colors? All of that would help, of course, identify buildings to the students.
You were right on, Mr. Heed. And what we will say is from the community standpoint, all of it will look to be brick, very academic, very monumental, very solid, not going anywhere in the community. From the inside is where the color happens, and it happens on metal panels, it happens on fins. So when you ask, will the buildings take on a different characteristic? Yes, but from the inside, from looking inside where the students have that connectivity. So from the community, it will be branded TCCD, and that experience and public perception will be that it's going to be there for a long time. It supports academic. It looks academic, not like a commercial office building, for instance. When you get inside is when the colors and the differentiation happen, not only in the inside, but the outside. A little bit, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. When Starbucks comes into a community, they tend to have the same things as the Starbucks next door, but they embrace the context of the community. Each building will embrace a different context of Texas iconology, like the sunrise or sunset or bluebonnets in a very, very distilled way. So you won't see pictures of bluebonnets in the building, but you will understand that that's the methodology to create that intuitive wayfinding system. So the architecture and the color and all that add to the wayfinding system.
In our packages, we saw that you addressed the glass issue. Glass has gotten much more energy efficient than
yes, sir,
than it has been in the past. Sometimes the wall constructions have not kept up with that. What is in the building, the external part of the building envelope? What kind of energy efficiency do you think you'll obtain?
I want to say it is an R35. Is that right, Paul? 24? 23 on the wall. So what you have and what the industry has come to is every city has embraced the code and has their own energy code piece to that, so they can choose to embrace the International Building Code or create their own. And that's part of why, if you meet building code right now, a lot of sustainability is handled for you. There are energy rules that allow that to happen. So your roof has to have a certain R value, your wall has to have a certain R value, your glass has to meet that same energy criteria, so that you know that it will not need any more than any additional energy than its previous building. In fact, will be a lot less than the previous building. I wish I had a metric to tell you, but we're working on that metric now to tell you.
Yeah, and of course, R value, it just measures one of the three thermodynamic.
That's true.
Valuations, and I've been told that there's a measure called kilowatt BTUs per square foot per year.
Yeah, that's the energy use it takes to operate the building, and that can be done. We're doing that three-dimensional model, or that model right now for each of the buildings, and we'll report back to you in future meetings what that is. It has to do, the R value is the envelope, the BTUs per hour used, or the kilowatts per used, is what the building takes to operate at full capacity.
Yeah, that's the bottom line figure right there, is how energy efficient is. I mean, it's not just the glass, it's not just the wall, the ceiling, the foundation, everything comes into play there. And we're very interested in a very energy efficient. I mean, if your envelope is your key, and then you determine how much air conditioning and heating you're going to need. So
right, the number of tons is determined by the satisfactory level of the envelope. You're exactly right. And what we know is what we've done. We've already taken tons of air conditioning out because of the efficiencies of the placement of glass and how we've shaded certain areas and the insulation and envelope that we're using.
Yeah, I'd be very, very interested in getting that figure. I think you guys were involved in the Nola Dunn building, and that's got a rating of 14, which is incredible. And I wonder if we're at all approaching that number. That would be very beneficial if we could get to that point.
We have a team of engineers that we will tap and look at that and understand the metrics in which, when you say 14, what all is involved in that, I think we know, but just to be clear so that we understand that and can come back to you with those numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Heath, this is Teresa.
Oh, go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Heath, this is Teresa Ayala. May I ask a question, please? I'm sorry, sir. You may have covered this. I'm lost connectivity for a moment, but you were talking about good, better, and best on the building materials. And Mr. Heath's question just now made me think of something when he was asking about the. This was, I think, these were basically the internal fixtures and things like that, flooring. At what point will we have a discussion or a presentation on good, better, best? And then including things like building materials, technology, security systems, things like that. Will we have? Is that going to be later, or did I miss that? Or
you did not miss that.
Okay.
The materials are broadly spoken of today, and we will come back and present specific materials with you at the appropriate time in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's Gwen Morrison.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at page 5. I think that's under that 8A that I had such a hard time finding. And it talks about flow of project communications. And I'm just wondering, might it be beneficial to identify or specify where the safety, security, and emergency preparedness fits into the conversation? To me, this is such a critical part of planning. And I think not only for this project, but for all of our projects and considerations, that we need to be intentional and about having those considerations made at the earliest possible point, as well as continuously through the process. I actually would feel much more comfortable if I knew that really at every point, these 3 issues were addressed with the appropriate personnel internally, as well as if we needed to bring, I can't imagine, we needed to bring another consultant in. But I just want us to be very clear as a part of the planning that we are giving the utmost consideration to that.
Safety of the students, faculty, and staff are of paramount importance to us. And every point we're talking with the real estate and facilities team as well as the COO, and we're happy to take that. Once we have a plan together, we're welcome to bring that back to you and share it with you.
Well, I was thinking more specifically to our chief of police and some of the very talented people that we have on our staff, emergency preparedness team, that work on that for us every day. I happen to think that one of the reasons we have been so safe and secure is because of the constant expertise and diligence. We have had a series of extremely competent, capable, active, entrusted police chiefs, police officers, safety team, emergency preparedness team. And I just would like to see that as one of the check boxes. When somebody looks at this program management plan and flow of communication, I just think it needs to be there as emergency preparedness, emergency management, and what all that entails. Maybe that's just me, but I'm one of 7, one of 8, Chancellor. So I just think that's an issue. And the last thing I may not be true. How have we taken what we've learned about the air filtering systems during COVID into consideration as we're planning all of our facilities?
So you asked about emergency preparedness, and we have met with the chief of police and the deputy officer on the Northwest campus and reviewed not only their space, but some of the grounds pieces to this. We will bring them in the building at the appropriate time, and thank you for being concerned about the communication plan. We couldn't agree more. To answer your question about...
Excuse me. I don't know what you mean by the appropriate time. It's like all of these people are at the table. In my opinion, safety and security needs to be there all the time.
Yes, ma'am, but we need to understand the final plans of the building before we bring them in, and we are working through that with the advisories now.
No, sir. In my opinion, that's not true. I don't want a building that safety and security is the afterthought. I'm sorry. I just believe
it isn't an afterthought.
Okay.
Dr. Morrison, the principal work is addressing this as well in the panels related to campus character and quality, and safety is part of that, certainly part of that discussion and consideration.
Has to be paramount, Chancellor. I'm just saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Heath, this is Teresa Ayala again. I have another question. Follow up, please. You brought up a very valid point, Dr. Morrison, and I'm glad you brought it up because it is extremely important that we keep everyone safe on that campus. One of the other things that I thought about is, and I'm sure that this has been discussed, but I haven't seen anywhere in the documentation that I'm looking at that I have right now that talks about technology being involved in these discussions, and I'm sure they have been. But two things that come to mind, particularly around the glass, and I'm sure this has been discussed, but I just want to make sure, is one of the things that when we have talked about buildings with a lot of glass in the past, that sometimes there are issues with connectivity or with wireless access points and things like that. So I just want to make sure that does not become an issue with these buildings. And second to that is that would be very, very important also from a security standpoint. So again, I just want to make sure you all are the professionals, but I just wanted to make sure that we're thinking about those things as well, because it's come up before when we were talking about the construction of another building. And so I just wanted to put that out there. So thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. How we've discussed it and how we're implementing it is having both Wi-Fi, very robust Wi-Fi connectivity, both inside the building and out.
Well, and that's excellent point. Again, this is Teresa Ayala. One of the things that I'd like to maybe that we look at, Mr. Heed and maybe Chancellor down the line, is that we, because security and we're going through so much as far as technology, digital, there's a digital transformation that's happening overnight, that maybe we look at maybe putting together some sort of group from the college level that would look at those things and for construction going forward and looking what we need to do to our other buildings going forward. So just something for consideration.
Thank you.
So the final stretch of this particular portion of our agenda, and to respond to your last question, Ms. Ayala, the conclusion of this presentation is going to talk a lot about smart buildings and how we'll go about developing that technology plan that we talked about. And there is indeed a team being assembled to guide that process and lay out a framework to do that. But that'll make more sense in a moment when I bring up Aaron to walk us through that. But before we do that, I wanted to visit a little bit more just about the budget. And as the board monitors our bond program, what role the financial oversight takes. And of course, as we put the bond program together originally, there was a very high level budget created. It was based probably on the square footages at the time. There were estimates. They've obviously been fine-tuned since then. Other means on some of the projects that are not necessarily space related, that related to infrastructure and that kind of thing. So again, a very high level estimate was put together. As we've defined this, the design and scope of each of those projects and continue to do so with the principals and MEP projects, we start to fine tune those to some degree with real pricing information and the help of our partners. And then there's just ongoing evaluation. As you heard earlier, throughout, Jacobs will be assisting in making sure that we're managing that actively throughout and reporting any issues that may emerge to the board. So as you saw on the website, the budget is managed at multiple levels. Of course, we've got the bond program overall. We've got each bucket. We've got packages and projects that you'll be able to see how we're spending against each of those. There is contingency in the program assigned at each level, and it allows us to address conditions and costs that may not be apparent at the outset as we get into further design development of each one. Change orders, and I know this is a discussion that we had last month. We have to have board approval of change orders, and what that means is not necessarily use of contingency that's there to help us deliver the scope that was already identified, but if there is a change order that it affects the scope of the project or the schedule, then we would be back in front of this board with those change orders for approval. One of the things that, and actually, I apologize, we had intended to have the procurement policy on this agenda and we missed it. It'll end up being in January. We missed including it. But we've got some updates to our procurement policy to match more clearly our current practices, and then it'll memorialize that change order process, just like we talked about in the briefing last month. But you'll get a lot of those individually by contract and project as they come back to you. But what we will do is anything that's material, then we will include those in the monthly and quarterly updates to you, that if there's any budget challenges that we need to point out, then we'll certainly be identifying those. The other thing that, as you may recall, that we're planning on doing a solicitation or an RFQ for an external auditor in the spring. And one of the things that we intend to add to the scope there, and this was a suggestion working with Jacobs, and we'll develop it as we get into that process, but to do some enhanced sampling, perhaps some contract auditing, that kind of thing. Normally, or currently, I guess the bond program would just be one other element of the way we manage the college's finances overall. And so whatever sampling happened to occur for invoices and things that are paid through that would be picked up in that way. But we want to do something a little bit more deliberate to make sure that we've got that accountability piece in there for the public as we promised them. The other thing we want to point out is, we had a lot of discussion about good, better, best and how we manage the program. The other thing that we're doing to hold ourselves accountable is to think about how our cost per square foot compares to other comparable projects. Right now, we've got, and I want to emphasize these are preliminary because of the stage that we're at. I mean, obviously, we haven't fully bid out or contracted for the guaranteed maximum price for any of the buildings that we're doing. But right now, where we stand is at $453 a foot. You can see some of the other comparable projects. These came from Skanska, so that we know that they're apples and apples. We'll continue to evaluate this. It's always a little tricky to do this because site conditions vary, greenfield versus existing campuses that are being redeveloped vary, and so on. But we'll continue to look at this and help you all be comfortable that we're in line with other entities that are similar to us. The other thing I want to mention, and I hit on this earlier, is that, of course, we've got the section for the informational reports on your agenda. That'll be a recurring section over time that we'll use as our way to formally transfer information. In addition to the ones that sort of describe the process that I spoke to earlier, we had a number of them that were memorializing the responses that we had provided on specific building methods that we had received a number of questions about, and some of them actually speak to the conversation we just had about glass utilization and so on. The one thing I want to highlight is the power over Ethernet as a transition to the next segment of our presentation. As you know, our recommendation on this has been that it's really appropriate for us to do a pilot of this to really think about how it fits into our overall strategy around technology in our buildings. And so what we have proposed is that we're working with a team to start on the renovation of the SELE building down at the South Campus, and to introduce POE lighting systems to that conversation, but also to evaluate it in the context of the other attributes that may be appropriate for a smart building. And I will tell you, I really appreciate with President Heed the guidance and direction that caused me to rethink this a little bit in terms of making sure that we've clearly articulated and defined what our objectives are around a smart building and how we're planning for integration of systems across the college overall to accomplish those purposes. I think a lot of this will make more sense as we get into Aaron's presentation, but just wanted to point out that you've got this information in your packet. But what I'd like to do is turn it over to Aaron to allow him to talk to you about a smart building and how that will translate into the development of a technology plan that will be responsive to a lot of the questions we've heard today.
Before we get into that, we've been going hard and fast for 2.5 hours. It would be wonderful if we could take about a 5 or 10 minute break.
That is certainly your prerogative.
Thank
you.
Yes,
sir. on to the next segment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. This is Teresa. Regarding the budget accountability, you talked about the change orders coming to the board if it's over $100,000. I wanted to clarify, is that for deductive change orders as well, or just for those that increase?
Yeah, so you may recall that last time we talked about the conflation in our organization,
right,
of a deductive change order versus just returning some of the contingency that was unused.
Right.
And so what we're recommending going forward, that is if there is a deductive change order that's truly a modification of scope, that we would bring that back to the board.
Okay. So it would only apply if it's a matter of scopes. That's what I wanted to clarify.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Susan.
Of course. And that'll allow you to focus on really the important ones rather than.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, thank you for that clarification.
Okay. And then with that, I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Sarfati to talk to us about smart buildings and laying the groundwork for the path before us to define that for our organization.
Susan, Mr. President, might I pose 3 questions, and they may not can be answered today, but maybe during the interim, Susan can figure out how we can talk about this now or in the future. Might I just present those right now?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Number 1 was, where's the transit-oriented design in the building? And also, he mentioned that the highway department is going to make some changes to the access. And so my thought is that this gives us an opportunity to be proactive in not only visiting with the highway department, also with Trinity Metro and other entities whose planning will impact us. The other thing is, I wondered what planning is done to incorporate public and community access to the grounds and the facility. The third thing is access to EMT, fire department, and other police departments as a part of the planning. So those were just some issues I have written down that I'm concerned about, particularly at this campus, but it's probably issues that need to be discussed at all campuses. And I would like for those issues to be screened and developed and discussed with us.
Sure. I may actually be able to knock a portion of those out right off the bat. So in terms of the transit-oriented development, we've been working extensively with Trinity Metro about where the bus access will be, how that flows through the parking lots and so on with the redesign. And so we're actively engaged with them to make sure that we still meet those needs and serve are served well. The other thing I'll mention, and we can get you some exhibits of it, but there are some highway department changes to the turnarounds and the crossings at 820 and Marine Creek. They are very, very far along in that process. And so our opportunity to influence that is fairly small or non-existent, to be honest with you. However, what we have been doing is thinking about what the students are using that crossover for example, to access the convenience store that's on the south side of 820, and thinking about making sure that we've got pedestrian access that makes sense to continue to do that. So, but what we can do is send you an exhibit of what those changes are intended to be and how we're preparing for that. And then in terms of access to EMT and fire department, certainly I think that meeting the codes in terms of that access, but to me the key issue on that is the fact that the wayfinding will be so much more superior than it has been in the past in terms of when emergency services are accessing our campuses. The ability to find where the emergency actually is should be far superior to the challenges that they currently face. But we'll have those folks involved in the fire department certainly as we progress into construction.
Okay, and you mentioned, so that brings another point. And we've never done this, I don't think, on any campuses, except for the bookstore and vending machines. We've not had any commercial facilities accessible to our students. And that campus in particular being as isolated as it has been, I was wondering about the commercial facilities that might be available to service the needs of our students. The other issue is, and I might not have made it clear, so on South Campus, there's a little bitty walk-in circle that community people can at least come to the campus and walk and use various forms of exercise equipment. And it's my thinking that such a beautiful piece of property should be welcoming to the community in such a way as that, where it would be safe for the community and non-threatening for the college for them to come and just become familiar, just like I took my children to play on the grounds of the Capitol building when they were very young. Just that kind of access. I just was thinking about that. And finally, if you've never been a teacher in a classroom and had 30 wet, damp kids come in smelling like puppies, you don't know how important it is for kids to be able to get from a bus to campus without getting drenched and wet. So that was a concern I had. I know that it's not often thought about. It's kind of an afterthought, but just another one of those things. Since we are maximizing all of this brain power we have, I just thought I would mention it. Thank you.
We'll come back with a fuller.
Yeah, Dr. Morrison, specifically to transit and how students come and go, that's of a primary focus of the campus character and quality principal work group. And so they are actively involved as it relates to those considerations.
Thank you. And Mr. President, before we close the meeting, make sure that I have an opportunity for one final comment. Thank you.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So now I'll turn it over to Aaron. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Aaron Sarfati with Jacobs. In addition to my controls role that I serve on the team, I also represent Jacobs in a region-wide approach from Texas to Florida, and also in a global role to correlate our innovation strategies and our innovation experts. And while I have a very good and high-level understanding of smart buildings and smart technologies and innovations, I'm also the key and the liaison to our subject matter experts in specific technologies. So I'm able to represent the expertise of the industry as a whole, and also can bring the team that's required to be able to answer any specific type of implementation questions. I want to congratulate you and actually thank you for pushing the envelope in terms of smart buildings and this discussion. I think it's wholly appropriate, and we're excited to bring what is really a primer or a preamble to the larger discussion that we're going to have in February as we work through the details with TCC and the environment. So what I want to do is very broadly define what is a smart building, as much as I can define that. Also discuss how that applies in the context of college campuses, some of the underlying technologies that make a smart building work, as well as then defining the path for success and the requirements of success, is how we're going to be able to implement that. So very broadly, what is a smart building? Well, and I encourage you, Google it on the internet. There is no definition of a smart building. It's really defined for your context of the building that you're working in, and I'll show a spectrum on the next slide of how we interpret what a smart building is. But when you think of a smart building, when someone says a smart building, you have to think of it as a spectrum of possibilities. And where we fall, TCC falls on that spectrum, depends on a number of things. What we want to accomplish. You can do now, today, and in the future, you can do many, many, many things. We want to be able to define what those things are that we want to do for TCC. How we want to accomplish them. What are those underlying technologies that are going to help support what it is that we want to do? So whether it's PoE or Bluetooth or 5G or Wi-Fi or any combination of those types of technologies, and what are the endpoint devices that make that happen, we have to be able to define how we want to do that. And then equally important is the capabilities that we both have in-house, from a capital outlay perspective, from an organizational perspective, an ongoing maintenance perspective. All of those things have to come into play. I'll refer back to that triangle that Jeff talked about earlier. It's very similar. There's a lot of constraints. We want to do everything. Well, it's going to be very expensive. We want to do nothing. It's going to be not expensive, but there's trade-offs in terms of the maintenance, the long-term energy efficiency of the building. And so we have to balance those within the parameters of what we can do. But what I'll stress is, SMART is not something that you just do. SMART is something that needs to be assessed, planned, tested, implemented, reassessed, recycle, retest, reimplement throughout the life of a building. And what we want to make sure we accomplish is setting the foundation that allows us to do that appropriately over time. What I'm showing here is really a spectrum. If we want to think, okay, what is a smart building? Well, I'll start with what is a dumb building, right? And a dumb building might be what we were building 100 years ago. Simple brick and mortar, completely analog controls. You have no ability to remotely manage any system. If you wanted to change the thermostat, you have to physically go up to the thermostat and change it, assuming there was a thermostat to begin with. Well, those have evolved. And over the last 50 years, over the last 30 years, most buildings, especially public buildings and commercial buildings, have been what I would call a basic smart building. So, and a lot of that focus has been on the building management systems, the building automation systems. So controlling your HVAC, your heating and air conditioning systems, some lighting controls, so minimal occupancy sensors and things of that nature. So you start building in sensor capabilities, but also start building in some remote management capabilities. So you've got a building technician that's operating the building from a operations room rather than actually at the point of service. As we've evolved and things are getting smarter, now you're thinking about digital controls for all major systems. So now you start including your fire alarm systems and your lighting systems and everything in between, and your AV systems in particular. All of those systems can be managed remotely. You're adding more sensing capabilities that can do different things, including RFID and Bluetooth and all sorts of different sensors. That's kind of where we're going, and you go into the fully remote management capabilities. I'd say for the purposes of this discussion, if I were to do we are here today in the evolution of the process, I would put us just to the left, a little bit to the left of the smarter building arena. Now, the smartest buildings, and those, it's the pie in the sky and smartest. I would caveat with saying it's a continuing evolving chain. We're thinking now things like AI managed buildings where a computer actually diagnoses predictively what may shut down or what may break in the future, utilizing the data of people movement throughout a building to be able to plan office accommodations interactively, remotely, using predictive analytics and self-service analytics where a building self-corrects and self-tunes. Some elements of that are there now. Some elements are maybe pie in the sky. Some elements are somewhere in between. That continues to evolve. The COO and president of Jacobs likes to say that the rate that technology is changing today, I'm going to screw it up. It'll never be as slow as it is right now. The rate of change of technology will never be as slow as it is right now. Think of that. For us, it's changing so fast, but it's continuing to accelerate exponentially, and we want to be able to understand where on that spectrum is appropriate for our buildings. And so there are generally some of the smart concepts that are available to different industries is differently appropriate. Incorporating the smart robotics capability of a major industrial or manufacturing plant isn't necessarily a technology that we want to bring to a higher ed solution. For those who have been to the airport and you can check on your phone where a parking spot is available, or you can pay for things through your phone. That is a capability that we see a trend in higher education, to be able to locate parking and pay for parking quickly. Building management systems, obviously taking that to the next degree. Public safety, so gunshot detectors and intrusion alarms, and being able to tie the smoke detection, fire detection systems with access controls to be able to let people in and out. Those kinds of things are possible and being incorporated in higher ed ways. And obviously innovation labs and smart classrooms. Michael talked about a little earlier about the interaction of the AV equipment and what happens. There's a lot of things that we can borrow from other industries to be appropriate to a higher ed environment. But what I want to again stress, and I'm going to stress it a couple of times over the presentation, is that it's really a process to defining it. We don't just say we want a smart building. It's what do we want to accomplish that is smart about it, and how do we get there, and what's appropriate to our budget, ongoing capital and ongoing. So this is a nice image, a nice graphic. I'd encourage you to study it in your presentation at your leisure. But it's really, when we talk about smart buildings, they're in the context also of smart cities, smart communities, smart grids. There's a much larger discussion about how we can interface with those things. And those are obviously concepts that we would explore and develop and understand how we may relate in the context of a campus setting, not just a building setting. So how do buildings interact with one another from all of these various types of sensors and concepts? So what is smart for college campus? I touched on it a little bit. I'm going to go into a little bit more. Well, there's a white paper that was published by Deloitte called the Next Generation Connected Campus. And there they describe 9 major concepts of what are the smart technologies that make a college building and program, quote unquote, smart. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but the context here is that there are things that are not building environment related. So things like the smart student is how do they interact with the admissions process, or how do they interact with homework? How do they interact with lesson planning? Very little of that has the context of the built environment, but what is the software and applications that support the smart student? What can they do on their phone or on their tablet? The smart classrooms, we start getting into a little bit of that built environment. How do we make a classroom respond to the needs of the student? But there's also a architectural component to making a smart classroom, setting it up correctly so that lighting, HVAC, control, feel is appropriate. Smart teaching and research, that's the other side of the equation. So how do we equip professors, instructors, teachers with the tools that they need? And then you get into all of the support services. So student administration, housing, mobility, events, stadiums, all of those things that are the ancillary support services. How do you integrate them? And then you have in the middle there, the smart operations. How do you make this building energy efficient? How do you make it sustainable? How do you make it planned long-term? And we focus, when we're talking about the built environment and smart buildings, we focus a lot of our effort there, but you have to understand that it touches a lot of these other components. And so it's a much larger discussion, especially relative to a college campus, of how do we integrate all of these things and where are we in the evolution of developing the technologies that are necessary to be able to accomplish this. So that's a broad overview, and that's what we're going to be exploring over the next couple of months and bringing back in February a more detailed plan about what smart buildings for TCC looks like. I also thought it was important, though, to talk about some of those key underlying technologies that support a smart building. And so that when we come back in February, we can have a common nomenclature, if you will. So I've broken it out into a few different elements of underlying technologies. I would say, one of the most important is clearly the networking. How do we get data to and from devices? So the backbone of many modern buildings is a fiber optics backbone that's supported by various different kinds of fiber optics that transport data in a fast and efficient manner. The traditional method, over the last 20, 30 years, has been Ethernet. So the blue cables that you see, the Cat5e, the Cat6, that is also the same type of cabling technology that supports the power over Ethernet, which is a subset of the networking capability. Wi-Fi, 10 years ago, we were planning and saying We want to put more Wi-Fi in because things are going to go more wireless. So why put more cabling into the building, whereas we can support Wi-Fi has a theoretical wider band of bandwidth that will simply be evolving over time. So let's put in more Wi-Fi capability so that we can accomplish those. And then we go into things like distributed antenna systems. So bringing in the wireless carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, to be able to provide their cellular system throughout the building without any disruption. There are subsets of that in 4G, LTE, everyone should be familiar with that. That's what your phone typically runs on. 5G is the hot new thing that is out there, but it really has the capability of revolutionizing IoT, Internet of Things, and sensors that interact with a 5G network. 5G has a theoretical limit much higher of bandwidth and capability than any of the wired solutions that are out there. That's why you see so much emphasis on 5G. Some of the, we're at the sort of precipice of where 5G is becoming mainstream, but I think any discussion that we have relative to a smart building needs to incorporate a discussion of 5G and distributed antennas within, and whether that's supported by the commercial carriers or whether we do it through private citizen band radio services or LTE networks or other things. It's a very complex and technical discussion about how best to accomplish that, and each has their pros and cons, including cost and availability. The other major component is obviously then the sensors. So whether it's temperature, occupancy, motion, humidity, biometric, intrusion, contact tracing types of sensors, biomass sensors, all sorts of different kinds of sensors. Anything, that is a market that is just exploding with capabilities. And so we're going to be able to do things and sense things and interact with things that we never thought possible. But along with those, there's always the positives that you get out of those, but the negatives are increasing privacy concerns. One of the big things that I think is really important to all of this is we could, in this room, there are I don't know how many light fixtures. If we tied a sensor to every light fixture in this room, well, that's going to generate an enormous amount of data. How do we capture that data? How do we benefit from all of that data that's being captured versus putting one every 5 light fixtures or one every 10 light fixtures? What's the density of data that we want to be able to capture? And what's the density of data that we're able to process to be beneficial? Then there's obviously the devices. So your cameras and your locks and your phones and your speakers and signs and alarms and card readers and thin clients, which is what you're hearing now is edge computing. So it's not a full powered laptop, but it's something that uses cloud-based computing server capacity. How do we interact with all of those types of things? And then also the software, really important. What software are we deploying? Does every student get a mobile app that they get to then interface with, or are we doing something else? And if we are doing a mobile app for the students, who's developing that? What are the capabilities of that? Who's going to manage that? So all of these are conversations that need to take place. And I alluded to it a second ago, is the analytics and then the artificial intelligence. We're going to capture an enormous amount of data, depending on where in that spectrum we fall. How do we leverage that data to do anything useful with it? And I know I had a conversation with Microsoft last week that they're doing their implementation in their Washington campus, and it's really been an evolution even for Microsoft over the last 2 years to develop the appropriate level of information. They had major privacy and security concerns that they've worked through. They did this through several proofs of concepts over the last 2 years, and they've tweaked it. Their building doesn't open until 2023, so we don't know the outcome of that technology implementation over there, but there are lessons to learn from what they're doing and what other large institutions around the world are doing. And that's really, truthfully, one of the benefits that my presence on this on this program will bring, is that I can bring access to those experts around the world that are doing some of those awesome and innovative things throughout that. This is hard to see for me. Maybe it's bigger on there, maybe it's bigger on your screen, but that's kind of an illustration of what I just talked about on the previous slide. So lots of devices, lots of capabilities, lots of complexity. Really takes a major discussion to figure out the interface and the interaction of all of these and what we want to do with these elements. And another important thing is that whatever technology you're putting into the building, you have to have a plan for long-term maintenance on them. They're not maintenance free. And one of the things that I'll point out is that if you go to a solution that is very switch heavy, like a PoE solution, those switches have a almost definite life cycle of 5 to 7 years. 7 years from now, you have a refresh cycle that you're going to be replacing all of those switches. So it's a give and take of being able to have some of the benefits of that, but understanding that 7 years down the road, almost on the dime, you're going to have a refresh cycle of all of those things. So really, an appropriate discussion that we're continuing to work with IT and facilities is how do we manage those long-term costs with the short-term costs and the long-term benefits associated with all of these underlying technologies. So finally, what are our requirements for success? So it's really working with TCC to refine our digital roadmap. And the first step is that diagnostic assessment. What is our vision? Who are the stakeholders that are involved in identifying, are there any additional stakeholders that we haven't involved in the process? Develop our priorities. What are the things that we really want to accomplish by making a smart building? And then make sure that our organizational structures are aligned. One of the things that you see with facilities that are going smarter on that spectrum is that IT plays a much larger role in the development of those. And so would require organizational alignment changes as we develop that strategy. After we do that sort of diagnostic assessment, it's then, okay, what is the digital roadmap? Let's continue the evolution of this. How do we identify the technologies that support that vision, that mission? It's really that simple. Define the mission and vision that we want to accomplish with smart buildings, and then what are the appropriate technologies that support that? Identify and implement proof of concept. This was something that Microsoft stressed to me more than once. We've got to do proofs of concept. It's not prudent to implement this on a wide scale without testing the structures, because there's a lot of differences in how a building operates once we go this route. So make sure that we're ready for it and not caught with a situation that we can't manage. Identify project opportunities. So what are the first projects that we want to release out? For example, I was involved a little bit with the city of San Antonio as they were developing their smart city concept. And so they developed 3 pockets around the city that they were going to proof of concept and then build those out as they did. It's a very similar process everywhere that is applying smart concepts. It's proof of concept. What are the first project opportunities? And then identifying any funding that may be available, including grants, including partnerships with industries with industry partners like Siemens and Philips and Honeywell that may be willing to use us as a testing ground for some of their technologies and may be willing to contribute capital to that. That's what we plan on doing to a large extent over the next couple of months. And it's an iterative process, and we hope to share and report those kinds of findings over the coming months as we begin to refine that and get it ready to implement that. So that is my presentation. I entertain any questions.
Thank you, Aaron.
Mr. Heath, this is Teresa. I may ask a question?
Certainly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Wow. I was sitting here there's a lot of information out there. So thank you for spending time putting all that together. Just reading through what you're talking about, it seems like the fundamental component of all of this, of course, seems to be technology. I'm not saying it's the only one, but technology plays a very important role. So my question to you actually are 2. What buildings locally that y'all have worked on that use that are considered a smartest building and a smarter building? And talk to me a little bit about what their proof of concepts were like when they were looking at implementing some of those technologies to become a smartest or smarter building.
Great questions. What I will do is I'm going to take those back. Like I said earlier, I'm a liaison of sorts to these technologies, and I'm on the project management side of the organization. So I will go with our design team and answer that more appropriately so that I don't misstate anything with the local projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you've talked to Microsoft. What is Microsoft doing in Redmond?
So they are doing I asked him, what other smart things are you doing? And he said, I'm not at liberty to tell you, but he did say they are doing a POE lighting implementation, which is what we were following up on over there. He gave me a lot of cautions about that type of implementation, that they are understanding that doing that is a revolutionary new type of way of that's very strong words. It's a more modern way of implementing lighting, but there were a lot of downsides that they had to work through their proof of concepts. I think they had they called it their center of innovation, I believe was the term that they used. I mean, really experts in data science and experts in buildings within the Microsoft organization that spent the better part of 2 years proof of concepting. What went into that, I don't really know. But his caution was you really need to make sure that you study this internally and make sure that you're prepared for this jump, because it is a big jump in how you do this. And when you create a system, and we've talked about this a little bit before, when you create a system that has addressable devices over Ethernet cabling, you are opening the possibilities for cybersecurity concerns. And so you've got to be able to appropriately manage those concerns over time.
Okay. Having talked to a lead designer about the Microsoft campus, they're building a 3.5 million square foot, 17 building campus with over 3 million square foot underground parking. And they've made the decision to use 60% POE lighting in all of the usable areas. The only other lighting is used in things like the garage and the non-productive areas. Microsoft is investing $3.8 billion in building this facility, and they've made the decision to go with POE lighting and a POE background. So, we've heard time after time after time, there's no data out there. There's nothing to prove. We want to do a pilot program on a 13,000 square foot building, and yet Microsoft has made the decision to go ahead with POE lighting. And I have just got to believe that there is data out there that allowed Microsoft to make that decision. And so why aren't we accessing that data? Why aren't we using the things that are already in existence? To me, it's like we're going to have a vaccine for COVID here, maybe next week. Are we going to do a pilot program to see if that's effective on a TCC campus? Nonsense. You use the data that's already out there. This is proven technology. It's been described as this is a bleeding edge technology. It is not. It's leading edge. I mean, the POE has been in existence for 20, 25 years. Lighting has been in existence. The POE lighting obviously has been a more new development. But you're a smart guy, and I don't know. You know this stuff. You love POE. You told us. You said you got POE everywhere. Just look at everything around us. Why don't you take it up in the ceiling? Why don't we have one system that we can work from, a framework of POE that's flexible, adaptable, scalable, integratable, et cetera?
I think you ask a fantastic question. I think it really probes the issues. In the larger context of what I was trying to present today, it's not that we're opposed to POE lighting as a concept. I will say that the Microsoft contact who I spoke with, the guy in charge was who we got access to, said it was bleeding edge technology, said it was something that they needed to trial, said something that they were willing to lose money on to try, because there's not a lot of data out there about how successful that could be in their implementation. That was his caution to me. Said, Aaron, make sure that you know what you're going into. Make sure you do the proof of concept. That was his words to me. They're not done with that building. That building doesn't open for another 3 years. They don't know what the actual implications are, but they said, we're Microsoft. We can take the risk because we want to be at the bleeding edge and be able to develop forward-thinking technologies that others can then use. They're on the bleeding edge. If we want to say TCC is willing to take that risk of being on the bleeding edge with some of these technologies, I think it's wholly appropriate. But what we're discussing here is saying, let's have that discussion in the context of why do we want to do that? Why do we want to be smart in the building? To what extent do we want to be smart? There's a cost component to that as well. And like I mentioned earlier, bringing in the PoE lighting conceptually is really a great thing. I think we said this before. I'm the kind of guy that if I can't control something from my phone, then might as well not exist. But at the end of the day, if you're collecting a bunch of data that organizationally you're not ready to do, and the tangential or the marginal benefit over your current sophisticated lighting controls, I'd say your Nlight LED lighting controls is also pushing the envelope with technology. It's a different technology. It is apples and oranges, so it's hard to compare. But from an energy efficiency and sustainability perspective, there's a marginal benefit that's in there. Hard to do because the data is hard to get it. There are buildings, the Edge building in Amsterdam. If you haven't heard about that one, I would suggest looking into it. Top of the line building in the world, PoE lighting implementation there. But it's a private commercial building. Deloitte's a major factor in making that happen for them. They were willing to invest the capital to do that, and we're a prepared organization to support it. I'm not suggesting that it's a bad technology at all. I'm suggesting that if we go down that route, we have to be organizationally prepared to be able to do that.
I agree with that 100%. We got to be there. You're the people that could do that for us. If Pfizer is building, as we've talked about, a 1 million square foot corporate headquarters in New York City, it's all PoE. Locally, we have a Samsung distribution center that is using PoE lighting. It's 60,000 square feet. They got 600 lights that are powered by PoE, and that PoE is just and I'm not an engineer, okay? You guys are, but this is all this is it's energy. It's energy and data capability that makes sense to me for PoE.
Absolutely. I want to tell you, we've taken your comments extremely seriously. I reached out to our engineers who did some of the Pfizer buildings. I don't think they were working on that one because I couldn't find the right guy. That's a new concept for Pfizer as well. I'm not sure that their building is complete yet. I spoke to my alma mater. I spoke to the facilities folks at MIT. They're not doing any PoE lighting in their highly sustainable buildings. They're not ready for that. So there is a spectrum of implementations where we can still achieve major sustainability without necessarily having to go down that route. And quite frankly, my concern with where we're at in the design for Northwest Campus, because we're so far along in that design with some of those concepts, is that PoE lighting requires physically more space and we'd have to rearrange things without the obvious benefit difference. Again, we have, I want to be really clear. We've really taken your words to heart. We've really done our due diligence. I've reached out across the company. I have engineers that are PoE lighting advocates. I have engineers that are PoE lighting dissidents, and everything in between. It is from our professional expertise. It's a technology that has potential, but it's not that clear-cut winner that we may be seeing in some of the other projects that are here locally.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I think it is a clear-cut winner, and I think it just makes total logic to me, because we have a system now that is very proprietary. I mean, Nlight system, you got to buy stuff from Nlight, and you can't integrate other systems into that, is from what I understand. PoE is PoE. And one of the things I've heard is that there's no fixtures available, which is nonsense. I mean, it's the same fixture. All you got to do is take out the driver. You're using the driver that the PoE system supplies. To me, this is something that's going to be, I mean, I just looking at it from a world standpoint, this is something that's going to be commonplace in the future, because it doesn't make any difference what your energy source is today, whether it be, 110, 277, 325, 60,000 megahertz, whatever it is. Once you switch it to PoE, it's PoE, which means that every single fixture, every single sensor, every single device that you have, you can plug it into a PoE system. Your cell phones, your smartphones, like you were saying, you can control everything in your house. And this is just taking it one step further. And I can't see, what we want is buildings that will take care of us in the future. We don't want beautiful buildings that are built for yesterday. We want to build buildings for tomorrow. And if we can anticipate that, and we could use your expertise in that area, I think that's where we want to go. Yeah. Because I can't see installing another system that doesn't have the eventual capabilities of PoE, which is, as you said, technology is changing every single hour. Yeah. And it's everything I've been able to learn, and I'm not a PoE engineer. None of us are here, but that's where it's going, because it's so simple, it's safe, and you talk about cybersecurity. Now you can fix that. You have a totally separate network for your facilities PoE, and you encrypt your data, and you have no cybersecurity problems. It's in the design, yeah, and you have to know how to do it, but it's capable. Yeah. It's been done.
It has been done. I absolutely. When you're talking about the cybersecurity element, there are strategies for implementing separate networks, like you suggested, to be able to do that. At the end of the day, it remains a concern because anything is hackable. The hackers are out there ahead of our technology. So whether it's a separate secured encrypted network, the hackers will find out a way to be able to override that. That's just a matter of the way technology develops. So you can't hack a light that doesn't have an internet connection to it. But you can't hack a light that does. At the most basic level, we take measures to protect that. To absolutely do it, but it has to be done.
My understanding is if you have a separate network, they can't hack into it.
No, sir. That's not entirely correct.
Well, okay, we can disagree on that.
Mr. Heed.
Yes.
Can you describe for us how an Enlight type system, what kind of controls we get out of that system? How is it connected? How does it provide us?
Yeah. I may phone a friend here, someone that may be more expert with that, but effectively your Enlight controls don't have the point of control at the actual light fixture. The control point is a little further back, and they control series of light fixtures. Accurate statement? So your control is not as fine-tuned, but the concepts are similar. You can still deliver that cross relationship between the lighting system and all of the other systems that you would accomplish in a PoE system. So from a capability comparison of the two, your capabilities are almost identical if you're not talking about getting to the actual light fixture, but rather zones of light fixtures. That would be probably the biggest difference. Is that somebody? All right.
So
if we wanted to go that route, Enlight could do that as well.
How does it control an individual fixture? You've got 110 or something going to that fixture, and then you have a cable going to that fixture to control it?
The controller would be Ethernet connected, controlled through a typical line voltage type system, and it would be an on-off type system. That's a signal that's sent to the controller through data connection to the controller.
And does Enlight provide for the ability, the IoT?
Absolutely.
Things?
Actually, Enlight, I was just to be prepared. They've got I think it's called Enlight Air, is their solution for incorporating IoT devices. They do it already. Different underlying technologies, same type of outcome is the best way to describe it.
Is there Wi-Fi or something like that, or is it wired? cables?
It would be remote kind of radio signals. I'm not entirely sure what the technology is. I think, without getting too far into the weeds of how you incorporate sensors into the building, PoE is one solution to that. Wi-Fi is one solution to that. Private LTE networks, some of the bigger institutions are experimenting with using radio signals throughout the building to connect wirelessly. So you're actually theoretically saving on a bunch of wiring cost of Ethernet cabling to every individual sensor by being able to connect them wirelessly. That's a theoretical benefit. I believe there's examples where that is true.
Well, they'd have to have one kind of power or the other, wouldn't
You'd have to have power, and that's a very astute point. With the sensor, it's got to have power coming in somehow, whether it's battery powered, line voltage, or low voltage coming to it. But the connection of the infrastructure is different.
I've got one more question. Where are we? You talk here about TCC is refining our digital roadmap and so forth. Where are we in that process? I think you've talked about this some, but can you restate it and restate it in context of the Northwest campus?
Okay, let me see if I can.
Have anything to do with the Northwest? Is that new roadmap, digital roadmap, going to apply to the Northwest campus at all?
I think that it's fair to say that some elements of that digital roadmap will apply to the Northwest campus. I think some elements of that digital roadmap already apply to the Northwest campus. I think one of the things that we didn't get into deep dive today is all the other smart elements that are already incorporated into the Northwest campus. We've got the engineers and the data design team that are part of the Northwest campus team under Huckabee Gensler that have incorporated the current IT standards, and there are smarts in the building. Again, defining where we want to be in that spectrum is really what I think is appropriate so that we're aligned with what the expectations may be. Now, one of the examples I used the other day was, if you want to go out and buy the $150,000 Tesla, well, you're going to spend $150,000 for a car that's supremely smart. But that's the value that you've placed in doing that, right? For me, I'm not going to spend $150,000 on a car. I want a smart car, but I value that less than spending that kind of money to do that. So,
but it will also go 0 to 60 in 0.2 seconds.
Yes. I'm not saying it's not an awesome car. I think it's an awesome car, but you have to define what are your priorities in being able to do that. So where we are in the digital roadmap, I think just because, Jacobs is getting on board. So we're assessing, we're in the assessment phase of what your digital roadmap is. And we hope that in February, we can have a detailed discussion of what we've come up with.
Yeah, I hope you do your homework, because I just can't see installing two different systems into a building. You talked about space. Well, that you can distribute the switches and the drivers and that kind of thing, so you don't have to have a whole lot of single space. To me, it's just that PoE is the direction that the world is going in. And it just seems like that's the way we ought to do. We're a learning institution. We're teaching this technology on our Northeast campus. I think you've been to the Sinclair building, and it's our students that are doing that work. And our students are listening to some of the objections that they've heard, and we haven't nothing right here, but some of these objections, and they're tickled. They just can't understand why people can't understand basic PoE, and it's hard for me to understand. Now you understand it, so
yeah. Listen, I will communicate as I've heard from the experts that I rely on. I've spoken with our engineers. I've spoken with our contractors who install these things, and we have a split vote. There is enough dissenting opinion that causes me to disagree slightly with the assessment that PoE is clear-cut winner. I think there are a lot of redeeming qualities of it. I think you've identified them very, very clearly, and they're taken highly into regard. But the dissenting opinions that we've heard on it cause us the pause to say, is this appropriate? Microsoft said that, proceed cautiously. My engineers have said that, proceed cautiously. my contractors have said that proceed cautiously. And so I think it's appropriate for us, and in our job, Jacob's job as your representative, is to look out for your interests and make sure that we're not installing something that we look back and say, oh, we can't support this, and it cost us some amount of money. So we want to make sure that we're ready to be able to do that. It requires the roadmap. It's not as simple as saying, just go ahead and do it, because it's got to be planned.
Okay, and I know our engineers, we 4, 5, 6 years ago came up with, they did a lot of studying, came up with the Enlight program, which has saved us a lot of money. Mm-hmm. But is that a negative towards considering POE? I mean, the fact that we've done 25% of our campus in that, or are you free to make a decision and to recommend the best way for us to go?
Yeah, no, I think we're free to make the best recommendation possible, regardless of what may be a sunk cost in that case, as we evaluate these technologies. Now, admittedly, we're coming in, I speak only for Jacobs, we're coming in a little later in the process, but doesn't mean it's a done deal, but it does create complexities that may require changes if we do go down that route. And we have to understand that change costs money. So we have to cost money, cost time, cost redesign fees, cost study fees, and costs sweat equity in terms of making sure it's the right solution.
If you think you came in late, think of the board. But that's another subject.
I would observe that from where I think some of us on the board sit, it feels like efforts about proof of concept were skewed by some sort of a direction. Hey, we don't want to go there. And I've been assured from the Chancellor and others that is not the case. I hope it's not. I think that what we would like to see is some sort of a proof of concept that includes the viability of POE and the risk factors. And obviously there are risk factors, but that goes all the way down to, let's say we went with the POE system and it didn't work. The cost of retrofitting a building could be very, very significant. Okay. So I think there's some risks that have to be considered. And I just got one other observation. In the back of this material is a copyright notice that this presentation is protected by Jacobson. I would suggest to you that's inappropriate to present to a public institution like us.
Yeah, I that's our standard PowerPoint template. It probably wasn't removed. So
well, it's inappropriate here, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, and you look at, in that same vein, you look at some of the cons that you guys have listed here, and it's not accurate. It's not up to date, at least. So, we'd like you to take another look at that. I mean, you know POE, you know better.
Yes. Let me, because I think POE has the strong proponents for it and has some strong opponents to it. We took an effort. This was when the pros and cons list that you have before you, I think it was a couple of months ago. I feel confident that was based on the latest information and understanding of our engineers that we consulted both here in Fort Worth and in St. Louis, and I think some were in Florida and in on the West Coast that we consulted. That was a culmination of information. So there may be some maybe misalignment of understanding where those cons may be, and I'm happy to explore them further, especially, but I stand by what we wrote in that document in terms of the cons that our engineers are foreseeing and that are our responsibility is the due diligence in exploring this technology on your behalf. I would make one other observation. Most of the technologies that we want to, when we talk about that smart spectrum, where we want to be, I'm fairly confident that where we end up defining where we want to be, regardless of whether we go POE lighting, there are POE switches planned for the building. So let me make that clear. We're not anti-POE. There will be POE switches in the building. It's just how many PoE switches are going to be supporting lighting functions is the question. I am very confident that anything that you want to accomplish in that spectrum of smart possibilities can be accomplished with some of the other technologies that may be available to do that. So we're working on that roadmap to refine that and understand that. Because at the end of the day, I can't answer the question, how are we going to deploy a smart building if we don't understand what we want that smart building to be? And that's really the first step.
And that question is paramount. That's excellent. And that also leads me to my question, why aren't we talking to our IT people? Why aren't our IT people making these presentations? Because they understand PoE. And there's been a 20-year switch from mechanical systems to IT, and we all know that. It's going that direction. We can't stop it. So, that's where we're headed. As you're a prime example of that. You can't turn that around. So we have got to involve our IT people, and we have got to have a plan on, we can generate all this data. How are we going to use that data?
Yep.
Does it make sense?
That's
okay. And I think it does, but you've got to use the data that you're collecting. We have to have a plan for that. So that's to me, that's the key thing. It's a digital transformation group. Okay.
Yes.
A digital transformation group needs to be established.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And I will assure you, because we've got some meetings scheduled with IT next week, that the presentation we make in February is going to involve all of the stakeholders, including primarily IT, in that discussion.
Okay, because
they've been involved. To what extent? Again, we're kind of coming in new, but they've been involved in that development of the IT standards and other discussions. So we're going to involve them in this discussion explicitly for the transformation group that we're going to label right now.
Okay, 'cause I had somebody describe where some of this stuff that we're seeing as trustees, well, two things. Let me make 2 points. One is Mr. Greenhill made the statement when we're also talking about ICF and why we can't use ICF in spite of if we only have 40% glass. We still haven't received an answer to that because ICF is extremely energy efficient, thermally effective. Let me put it that way. And he says, why do we need to learn about cement? And I agree with that 100%. We're hoping, you got it, Bill. We're hoping that you guys will bring us these things. You're supposed to be bringing this new innovation, these new technologies. And somebody described this situation as now, if you can imagine, because some of you here may be old enough, I'm sure some of you have used outside toilets. Okay, when the first engineer proposed to bring those latrines inside the house, and everybody said, "You're going to bring that stinky mess inside my house?" That was bleeding technology. Okay, we're not there. We're at leading technology. We're a lot further along than that. So, we just hope that you'll see it that way.
Yes, sir.
Because as I say, now I want to say one other thing. Most of us on our board are from the private sector, so we totally understand companies being a business, and you got to make money. You got to be able to pay your people, et cetera, et cetera. The people that sit on this board are public servants. We have our business over on the side. Our total focus, our total objective is to do what's best for our students and what's best for TCC. We don't get paid for this job except for the self-satisfaction of trying to do the right thing. And so we're not attacking anybody or any a section of our college. We're just trying to do what's best for the college, for our students, and for also our taxpayers and our constituents. As Dr. Morrison has brought up many, many times, her constituents and Ms. Ayala are continually asking, what do we do with the bond program? How are we spending our money? Are we doing something smart? And I don't know, I hope you weren't involved in the fiasco of 10, 12 years ago, whatever it was, 14 years ago. But we had this problem back then building Trinity River East. This board does not want to get into that at all. We want to do whatever it takes to avoid those kinds of problems by making the wrong decision. So,
well, I hope you'll see us and gain that trust as we engage with the board more often. That we see the same side of that coin. We're your representatives in delivering that on behalf of the taxpayers and on behalf of the community. We're proud when we deliver buildings that are useful. I love working in this industry, in this job, because we get to work with a lot of public clients that have a lot of public impact. There's nothing more satisfying than finishing a building that the public can use. And so I hope that you'll find that we have the same alignment of expectations in delivering that and representing your interests and the myriad interests that are involved in delivering a program this consequential.
And just one other comment. I mean, what we're talking about here is the infrastructure, the building envelope, what has been designed for the interior construction. That's getting down to weeds, and we're confident. We're really pleased with the presentation that was made today. The three G's, 8 principles, all that is important, and I know that's been taken into consideration for all the interior design and the functionality of the buildings. We're not questioning that. We're just questioning the basic technology and even the building envelope. So,
yes, sir.
Mr. Heath, this is Teresa Ayala. May I have pose a question, please? Thank you for the comments and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to talk a little bit about this digital roadmap group that's going to be refining. Who's going to be involved in that? Who are the subject matter experts that will be involved in that? Because digital, in my mind, is covers it's a large spectrum. So I'd just be curious who's going to be involved in that.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's really a combination of many of the stakeholders that are involved in the building process. So the real estate and facilities group, the COO and her office, and IT in particular. Like I mentioned before, when you go down a digital transformation and you go into smart buildings, that interface and overlap between IT and facilities gets blurred, and we've got to be able to understand how that works appropriately to be able to deliver that. And we're also going to be able to bring in some of our experts, some of the experts from the design team to lead those discussions as we move forward. So a multi-pronged team, and I'm sure I'm missing other groups, but this is not a siloed effort.
Well, I was just curious because, obviously a lot of what we do at our college is workforce development. So I'm just wondering, if there's some opportunities there that we need to maybe look at to involve industry to find out what is the path, where are we going from a digital standpoint, and maybe get them involved and see, what are some opportunities there. So I wanted to make mention of that as well as a consideration. The other thing I was going to mention, I'm sorry, I'm going back to some previous notes here that I had taken. Bear with me. Okay, so you were talking about the key underlying technologies when it would come going back to being smart campuses, and you said that right now our campus is somewhere between. We were looking at it maybe between on the left side of the smarter. So we're between a basic and a smarter building. So we talked a little bit about Enlight. So I'd like to find out at some point, and I don't know what juncture we can see this, but I think that Mr. Barr alluded to this. I'd like to know also is what is it that we would need to do and what opportunities and options do we have to expand if we needed to, if that was the only option, to expand on that Enlight to get it to be the smarter on the other side of the smarter side of the building, the smarter building. And the reason I'm asking that is because you said there were several components that make a building smart. So I just would like to know, what are some of the things that we've looked at? What are some options we've explored? And I just feel like we need to do a little bit deeper dive. I have read a lot about POE. I've visited several buildings. locally. I've visited them, and it seems like it's a very cutting edge technology. And I'm just afraid that we are maybe have ourselves in a situation where we have something that's maybe it's a proprietary thing that we've put together. And I don't want us to not look outside the box and see how we can expand that. That's all. I just really feel like we need to explore this further. We are wanting to build a building for tomorrow. We were at a coffee shop recently, and they had this wiring that was running below all of these tables. And I thought to myself, we were talking and said, if we were to do POE, you could have Ethernet cables because people are using USB cords and things like that. They're not using a lot of these plugs. So I just want us to really explore and look outside the box as much as we can.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And even within, say, an Enlight only solution, there are still ways, lots of ways, actually, and easy ways to get on the other side of that smarter bubble that's on the spectrum. Which again, I think goes back to, as we define this digital roadmap, is where do we want to be?
Right.
We can explore 95 different ways of getting there, but if we don't know where we're going, we're never going to get there. So
right. I think we've talked about, predictive analytics. That's something that would be very helpful. I mean, is whatever we have in place today, is it integrative? Is it adaptable? I mean, I don't know those things, and at some point I would like to know, because if that's not what it is, and we're going to have to somehow rig something in order to make it that way, then I don't know if that's the direction we want to go, because then you can't make it adaptive. We just kind of keep adding more and more wires, and that's not what we want. At least I don't. So,
agreed.
Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's been mentioned, but one of the things that concerns me is that I understand that Enlight is only made by Acuity. Acuity owns Enlight, and that's a very proprietary system. And if we make the decision to proceed with that, typically, and I don't know this, but every proprietary system I've ever looked at tends to be more expensive, less adaptable, less connectivity with other systems, because it's designed to be that way. You buy a Dodge pickup, and you got to buy a Dodge light fixture to go on it, and that kind of thing, and those are very expensive. So I think that's a big part of considering that going with POE, because POE is POE, and there's any kind of manufacturer can make a system that's making a lighting fixture now or a sensor. All you got to do is take the driver out, and it's a POE fixture.
Yeah, so. I think that was one of the cons that were given by our engineers was that POE lighting fixtures are not as prevalent, and that major lighting manufacturers are not spending a lot of their R&D dollars on POE lighting fixtures. So the case would be buying a regular light fixture and retrofitting it to be able to be compatible. I think that's where we get into some of those. You're right, I believe, in the Enlight proprietary system for lighting. I don't know the extent of that. I'm not going to profess to know that detail, but in terms of interfacing with a wider brain of a building, a smart building, there are ways to work with Enlight as well in a non-proprietary capacity to integrate other controls. So again, I think it's vastly important to define where we want to end up so that we can develop the best plan. And we may come back and say, you know what, the POE lighting is the only way to accomplish where we want to end up. And then we've got to figure out how to do that. So I promise you we're going in with an open mind to do this, but we're going to be straightforward with you. And I've been accused before of being too straightforward, but I promise you straightforward answers to the best of my ability.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Mr. Heed, I'm sorry, I do have a follow-up question. I'm sorry. This is Teresa.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, you mentioned something about that based on where we are right now, that if there was some changes that we were to go to POE, you might need to do something about the building, the structure, change something, it takes up more room. Could you expand on that a little bit more, what you mean by that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you go to PoE distribution system, it inherently means that you're putting in more PoE switches. Those PoE switches need to be powered somehow, and they need to physically rest somewhere in the building. The IT closets that we have right now are planned for a certain level of future expansion. So I think there's one empty rack in each IT closet, and then there's an additional space for another IT rack in the future. I haven't physically counted how many switches we would need. I'm raising it as a risk that for some areas I presume that we're going to run out of space, and so we're going to have to physically reconfigure some of those spaces. We've also allowed for expansion in the cable trays above the building, above the ceiling, but to the extent that they'll support all of the new IT cabling that would be associated with those light fixtures, I also don't know. So that would be something that needs to be evaluated. So those are both risks to doing a PoE deployment rather than a line voltage type deployment to many of the fixtures.
Okay, so it's along the lines of the room, the space that you have for servers and whatever else you might need, right?
Correct. The sort of back of house kind of spaces that the public doesn't necessarily see.
Right. Okay.
I've been
told
that through distribution networks, when you put that stuff up in the ceilings, you could do away with a lot of that space requirement in a closet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest as well. Yeah, I was going to ask him that too, Mr. Heath. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I think it's reconfiguring where it goes. So you're moving it from an electrical closet to an IT closet. So there is a reconfiguration. You're right. You would have less equipment maybe in one space, but you would have more equipment in another space. At the end of the day, I think one of the contractors was telling me he prices things by, I'm going to misquote it. He's got some metric where they price jobs, and at the end of the day, you've still got to deliver that power to the end device, whether you're going through the IT closet or the electrical closet. So physically, you still have to account for it.
Yeah. So speaking of power, thank you for bringing that up. We've been told as part of your, at least in the back of the book, that we need 40-watt continuous power. Today, PoE can deliver 90 watts per port. 1 year ago, you could only connect 2 or 3 LED fixtures to each port. Now you can do 4. So if you have a switch that has 48 ports in it, you could support 192 fixtures out of that one switch. So that's existing technology. So you'll understand that better than I do. But it means more flexibility and more power. And of course, they're developing that. The PoE fixtures have the same amount of lumens as any other at this point.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think you're right. Again, part of the roadmap development in understanding those implications.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
My absolute pleasure. Looking forward to working with you all. All right. Thank you very much.
Can you advance the slides, please? So in bringing this to a conclusion, this bond program discussion, I do want to go back to the guiding principles because they are the core for which we have developed everything, whether it be design drivers, good, better, best, technology, the whole notion of the overall management and the fiscal monitoring, and what we want to be sure that each juncture of decision-making, each road we go down related to the implementation of the bond program, that these 5 guidelines are adhered to. And so they do give us a good conscience. So thank you, Mr. Heed, and turn it back to you for number 4, review of board business and items.
Kind of lost my place here. This is Okay, we're down to 4 review of board business items. First of all, does anybody have any comment on the minutes for the November 12th, 2020 work session? There being none, 4B, the consideration of the minutes for the November 19th, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting. Any comments, suggestions, observations? Then, do we have someone to give a Finance and Audit Committee report? Teresa, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So we're going to have, I don't have any details here other than the fact that we will be making a presentation. And I believe that Mr. Fitz will also be actually he'll be presenting and talking about the draft that we have reviewed. And can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, Teresa. Uh-oh. Maybe they can't. I hear you. This is Michael Evans.
We can hear.
Was that Mayor Evans?
Mayor-elect.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll have that report. Chancellor's overview.
Thank you, Mr. Heed. Related very simply to the items of today, grouped in a couple different categories, one in which to support the learning and support of the college, specifically relates to the nursing program. We have some advancing capital improvement projects that speak to some MEP work, as well as classroom renovations and some sidewalk work at the Northeast campus. And some of the other items speak to a TERS, as well as our payment to the appraisal district. And then we will have a presentation on our annual comprehensive final report audit, if you will. So thank you.
Thank you. Item 6, review of proposed consent agenda items for the board meeting on December 17th. Item A, consideration approval of contract with Elsevier, Inc. for the spring 2020 nursing cohort enrollment training in the amount of $142,332.50. Dr. Sean Madison.
Sean, your mic.
Can you hear me? Okay, good evening. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing okay. All right. Each academic year, TCC's nursing program admits 3 cohorts. This academic year's cohorts include a fall 2020 cohort with 199 students, a spring 2021 cohort with 170 students, and a summer 2021 cohort where we are anticipating 45 students. For each cohort, the college provides academic support software and courseware, namely Elsevier 6A and ATI product 6B for each cohort. And each cohort will use the product throughout the duration of the 2-year program and will have access to the products for up to 90 days after graduation. The board considered and approved both academic support products for the fall 2020 cohort during the August 2020 and October 2020 board meetings. Today's items are in support of the spring 2021 cohort made up of 170 students that starts in January. Just a little bit about the products. The ATI products provide a bridge between classroom learning and real-life clinical experience by supplementing simulation-based clinical education by providing web-based opportunities for student nurses to practice their clinical and decision-making skills. Both products include video cassette studies, virtual simulations, et cetera, but most importantly, the nationally normed NCLEX style item assessments. These products are particularly helpful in addressing inconsistencies in learning opportunities at the actual clinical sites. By comparison, the Elsevier product primarily supplements the didactic or the in-classroom based instruction. So the previous product is primarily for the clinical experience, the simulations, the experience at the hospitals. In this case, the Elsevier is much more primarily used in the classroom setting, and it includes a number of supplements such as the HESI quizzes, interventions that allow students to remediate as needed. So this product definitely helps with a lot of the theory-based courses, which is important because if the students don't pass the theory, then they won't be successful in the clinical experience where they're applying what they've learned in those theory-based courses. Faculty use reports and data from both ATI and Elsevier to help them make informed decisions about the nursing curriculum or to develop academic interventions to support the success of our nursing students. So that's how they use these products. Students use the products, but also faculty use the reports that are generated by the software that's provided. Moving forward, we'd like to make sure that we package as Authorize, instead of coming to you semester by semester, but starting fiscal year 2022 to provide a more complete picture of the investment. We'll have a blown out presentation that includes the package deal, if you will, or the package investment, along with any other information the board would like to receive.
Okay, so you discussed item 6B as well.
Yes.
And let me read that. Consideration, approval, or purchase of Assessment Technology Institute, ATI, for the spring of 2021 nursing cohort graduating in fall of 2022 in the amount of $135,150.
Yes, sir.
It was appropriate for you to talk about both of them. We've asked this before, this is obviously a good program for our nurses. Do we have any data as to how that helps them achieve more success in their final clinical and academic exams?
Yes, the Dean of Nursing, along with the Vice President of Academic Affairs and the nursing leadership team, have been working very closely with institutional research to look at the effectiveness of the software. And what we're finding is that there's a positive association between high usage of the software and student success. So we're seeing that and it could range, from 3 percentage points to 6 percentage points. It all depends on the cohort being studied at the time. So we are looking at that. Short answer is it works.
And could you share with us the present graduation rate, which is impressive?
Yeah, the present graduation rate, and I want to make sure I give you the right rate because I sometimes get that confused with it's 86%. Is the graduation rate. And in comparison to Texas nursing programs, their graduation rates range within the range of 70 and 75%. So we are a leader in terms of graduation of the number of graduates who go through our program at TCC.
Outstanding. Thank you. Questions, comments, suggestions? Thank you, Dr. Madison.
Thank you.
Item 7. That concludes the consent agenda items. So we'll go to item 7, which is review of proposed individual action items for board meeting on December 17th. Item A is consideration and approval of a contract with Freedom Construction for classroom upgrades and mechanical exhaust systems on South Campus in the amount of $170,758.69. Ms. Alanis.
Yes. So this is just a classroom renovation. It's a unique space because it supports some of the performing arts, and it has special ventilation requirements because of the chemicals and paint and things like that that they use in set design. This location is unlike our other campuses that tend to have big roll-up doors and that kind of thing that offer ventilation for that has some unique requirements for this, but it's part of our capital program for the year.
Questions? Comments? There being none, we'll move to 7B, consideration and approval of contract with Chambers Engineering, LLC for sidewalk and traffic modifications on Northeast Campus in the amount of $214,603.43.
Yeah, so there's an exhibit attached to show you precisely where this is, but we had an area on campus that we were concerned about pedestrian safety. And so they studied the alternatives and identified this as the most effective and cost effective at the same time, including some crosswalks and speed bumps and so on. This is an example of what I mentioned to you earlier about starting to include tables where you can see as part of the overall project where the particular contract that you're approving fits into that. So we will be working to make these a consistent element of these items.
Questions, comments? We'll move on to item 7C, consideration and approval of contract with Freedom Construction for classroom renovation on Northeast Campus in the amount of $183,767.23.
Yeah, so this is, again, a planned classroom renovation. It's in a building that houses the dental program, and it's used for those dental classes. This will allow more efficient use and then upgrade it to more current standards.
Questions, discussion? Move item on to 7D, consideration and approval of interim agreement with Perkins and Will for redevelopment design services on Southeast Campus in the amount of $265,530.
Yeah, so consistent with the conversations we've been having over the last couple of months, we actually prepared this just to do an extension to get us through January board meeting in the event that this is the desire of the board to do it incrementally at this point instead of the full contract, which we could bring back either next week if that's your preference, or we could bring back in January and still have sufficient hours. You'll note that between this one and the Jacobs agreement, what is missing is Huckabee and Gensler. We've gone back and looked at the billing that's occurred to date and the service authorizations that have been offered, and we have sufficient capacity in that one to get us through without an additional preliminary option on that one.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to item 7E, consideration and approval of interim agreement with Jacobs for District Bond Program Owners Representative Contract in the amount not to exceed $441,000.
Yes, and so like what I just described, this one is a monthly extension we'll intend to bring the full contract back in January if we're comfortable with that. One thing I will point out in response to a couple of questions that I had, I wanted to remind the group that about a year ago, we issued an RFQ, a request for qualifications for the purpose of selecting Jacobs as part of this. And we had a number of responses. We had a team that had a matrix that related to evaluating their relevant experience, their references that we start checking at that point, their MWBE plan, and so on, and narrowed it down to 3 firms that we engaged in interviews as the next step of that process. And we interviewed Jacobs, AECOM, and Hill International, and ultimately determined that Jacobs was the most qualified and negotiated our contract from there. The other thing I'll point out to you is that we also have included in the contract, I think I mentioned this last month, that while it's the full contract will be a long-term contract reflecting their engagement and integration into our operations, in the event that there's a reason that we would want to terminate or suspend that contract, that there's a provision in there that with, I believe it's 7 days notice, I think I said 30 last month, but I went back and looked at it, 7 days notice that we could actually make a decision to part ways and only pay them for the services that had already been rendered at that point. We certainly don't anticipate something like that happening with the quality of the team that Jacobs brings to the table, but we wanted to make you aware of that if you had any concerns about the length of the agreement.
Just for discussion, how many firms applied with the RFQ?
For the Jacobs contract, we received, 6 responses that were responsive.
Thank you. Any further discussion, comments, questions? Thank you. We'll move on to item 7F, which is consideration and approval of resolution and amended and restated participation agreement to authorize Tarrant County College District participation in River Oaks Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 1 and appointment of representatives.
And I apologize. Sometimes we cut and paste in a way that's not helpful. And I just noted this is not an amended and restated participation agreement. It'll actually be a new one. And Kirk McDaniel is here to make, and we'll make that correction before we have this on your agenda next week. And Kirk McDaniel is here to present, and he is delighted that we finally arrived at his agenda item. So we appreciate his patience.
Before you get started, we'd like to take a 2-hour recess. Just kidding. Thank you for staying around.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I'll move that up. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. As Susan said, my name is Kirk McDaniel with Petty & Associates, the economic development consultant for the city of River Oaks. With me today is also the city manager, Marvin Gregory, and the city councilman, Dan Chisholm, representing us. We're here today to request participation in the TERS. So, is the PowerPoint? There we go. So the TERS was first created in late 2018, and then the boundary was amended in 2019, but in total it's about 157 acres, primarily surrounding the city's commercial corridor, River Oaks Boulevard. You can see it on the map there, and you can see the parcels that the boundary was amended to include. The reason why we amended to include those parcels is because the city updated its future land use plan and creating a new community mixed use district right in the center. That's where that purple is. So we anticipate there being a lot of development in that central area as a new town center, downtown type develops and kind of rehabilitates that area. And so we wanted to be sure to include that fully in the TERS and the area across from it on the other side of River Oaks Boulevard, because we expect them to benefit from the TERS. You can see here more about the community mixed use district. I'll point out that one project that is contemplated is an extension of Meandering Road through the middle of that community mixed use district. And that is intended to be a conduit to amplify economic development with some hard corners right in the middle there, along with additional housing types as development goes, to capitalize on the potential within the area with the major employers nearby. So you can see our analysis, projected incremental values. The new value of the TERS over 30 years, we expect to be at about $300 million of new value, which would generate significant amounts of revenue. The city itself is participating at 75%, and the county is also participating at 75%. The request from the college district, though, is just for 50%. You can see some more data there on the different revenues that it will generate. For the specific projects, we anticipate there being new infrastructure requirements for the community mixed use district, as well as drainage improvements that the city has already identified, and then improvements that were identified within the River Oaks Boulevard Master Corridor Plan. The TERS may not pay for 100% of those improvements, but at least would be used for a portion of those improvements as revenue is available. Over the full TERS term, it's anticipated that the city will contribute $25 million, the county $8.6, and if the college district participates, about $3.2 million. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
I would just like to comment that River Oaks needs all the development it can get. Any other questions, comments? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item 7G, consideration and approval of ratification of payment of Tarrant County College District's pro-rata allocation of the Tarrant Appraisal District 2021 budget for services associated with levying a property tax in an amount not to exceed $1,296,634.01.
So we put a lot of work into preparing today's agenda, but now I have a second example of some words we'll strike from this title. This is not a ratification. You may recall it a couple of months ago that we, after the fact, brought to the board a ratification of the prior year. This is actually preparing for next calendar year and the tax appraisal services that we will receive. And they're the only provider here. We will pay them on a monthly basis.
So this will be reworded?
I will take out the word ratification. It will be approval of our agreement with them. Yeah.
Any questions, comments? Thank you. We'll move on to item 7G, consideration and approval of the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal years ending August 31st, 2020 and 2019.
As Ms. Ayala mentioned, we had an Audit and Finance Committee meeting earlier this week to review the draft CAFR. We've got James Fitz here remotely to present the results of their audit finding. Next week, you'll have this item in front of you with the full draft. It was emailed to you, but with the report attached, and you'll just accept the results of that next week. But I'll turn it over to James, who I hope is remote.
Okay, item 8, information reports. Are you ready to?
Yes, I'm ready.
We've already done those, I hope.
I am ready. And
I apologize. I jumped ahead on the agenda too. It's been a long afternoon. That it's under the briefings that James will make his presentation. So we're almost there.
Okay. So are we going to go back to the agenda order?
Yeah. Yes, James. So we're at 9A, Mr. Heath, which will be
7H.
The financial report.
Is James Fitz going to add to your 7H report?
No.
I am here. I didn't.
He's actually listed on the agenda under the briefings that I could have referred to, and I failed to do that. You can either hear it now if you prefer, or wait till we get to the briefings, and then he can run his presentation.
The briefing when? At the board meeting?
No. On tonight's agenda, or this afternoon's agenda. So what's actually listed next on your agenda is the informational items, which we've already covered today. And so then it moves on to the report of the Chancellor. So it's at your pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Heed. 9A speaks to us sharing with you the capital and technology oversight, the history and the projections, and classified related to the bond program and all the buckets in the bond program, the pay-as-you-go, as well as the technology. So you have those spreadsheets. Highlighted are the proposed items for this month, as well as in an orange and in a blue are the items that will be projected for future months. So you have that for your reference. Item B, 9B, one, we will next month, we've rescheduled the Regional Black Contractors Association to visit with us, so they will do that next month. That has been rescheduled. I would like to talk a little bit about now some of the issues related to funding, financial aid, as well as enrollment over the recent 6-9 months during the period that we've all faced, different challenges, if you will. So specifically, if we can go to the enrollment slide, in tracking enrollment from summer this fall, and then where we are right now in the spring. And the summer, as you can see, we were up in terms of number of headcount of 4.7%, significantly up in contact hours, 11.5%. And really what that speaks to is there were students taking more credit hours. That can be attributed to many students had their school interrupted from other colleges in the spring, came back early, enrolled in summer courses. What's significant is that the contact hour is what we are funded on. And of course, we're not funded on immediately. It will be funded 2 years ago for that enrollment. So in essence, headcount was up 4.7%, but enrollment 11.5%. The fall is a different story. Everything that I'm going to say is a trend nationally. We're no different. We are a little better off, though. There are a number of institutions that are, if you look at the data, nationwide down anywhere between 9 and 19%. New students down anywhere between 17 and 30%. We are down in both of those categories, however, not as severe as other institutions. And our students experience similar issues related to the enrollment, one of which is students left us in spring. We didn't have an opportunity to enroll them. We have a very sophisticated process in which new recent high school graduates enroll with us. That was compromised tremendously. And again, that's been a nationwide trend. So if you look at the fall, we are down, and from a contact hour, about 5.5%. That's not a good story, but again, relative to others, it's not bad. Spring, we're still early. We are date to date. We looked back in November and compared the end of November last year to end of November this year, and we were off, and you can see that looks quite significant at 20.5% of contact hours. But I will tell you, this happened in the fall as well. We were off significantly, and as we got closer, we caught up a great deal. The other thing that I think is significant, the next slide deals with financial aid, and you can tell, obviously, as enrollment dies down, financial aid is impacted, and you can see those numbers there. And so they're relative. Nothing's really out of whack compared to what the enrollment was and how students, their aid was distributed to them. Pell recipients being down again, students being challenged with filling out the FAFSA form. What I want to draw attention to is the extra aid, if you will, and that came from the HERF and the CARES Act at the bottom of some $4.4 million for the fall and $1 million for last summer. As you dig a little deeper into financial aid with the next slide, particularly as it relates to the CARES Act funding, how we distributed that over the spring, the summer, and the fall. Again, CARES Act funding came to us in two buckets, a total number of $23+ million, divided half with the intent of at least half of it had to go to direct student aid and half could be used to support the institution for things it needed to do as it related to COVID. And so you can see the numbers and how they were distributed. The last slide, I think, tells a more clear picture related to overall. Again, I talked about the initial amount of money for the institution, and how we decided to use that. In essence, as I mentioned before, we moved institutional aid over to student aid in the tune of about $3 million, and you see that on the top slide there, or the top line there. And we remain in balance now of close to $3 million in institutional aid as of right now. The intent is to use wherever we can that institutional aid directly to help support students. So as students are in need and for that and qualify for that, that's what we're going to reserve for. Any other items that we have institutional-wise that we have to adjust related to COVID, we will handle that within our own resources. So now we are ready for...
Excuse me, Chancellor.
Yes, sir.
I don't think we got that report. Can somebody get that to us?
These slides that were just up? Okay. Sure, absolutely. I'm sorry, I thought you had those.
Mr. Heed, Mr. Heed, I have a question, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, Chancellor Giovannini, just real quickly, could you tell us what measures are in place to reach out to those students that were not able to return for whatever reason, that we're trying to re-engage them?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There are a variety of efforts being, in terms of webinars, direct contact with students. What we've learned over the time, and I met with faculty 2 or 3 weeks ago related to themes, and the most difficult piece of it now, yes, this is a health issue. It is certainly an economic issue, but more and more what's impacting our students is that it's becoming more of a social networking, their capacity and ability to secure and to access that network or certain social services to assist them. And with that has come, more of a revelation of students' ability to work within this environment. Specifically, what we hear from faculty is that students will actually acknowledge that they're not disciplined or they're having a difficult time, if you will, in terms of time management. And so it's beyond just the enrollment process that we're trying to engage students with, we hear the same thing that other institutions hear. College is a challenge, certainly for a lot of reasons. With a health, the issue that COVID has created related to health and then economic has only pushed going to college further down the list, whether they're available or capable or have the resources to do so. There are other things in people's lives, and we don't serve a traditional population. And so our population are now that enrollments are down, and it's not that people don't want to come, it's just that they have other issues related to the situation we're in now, lost a job, caring for an elderly parent, whatever the case may be, are becoming more and more profound, and makes it more and more difficult for them to go to college. And as I mentioned, whether it be child care, some other social service support.
I cannot hear the Chancellor.
Well, it depends if higher education is included in that or not.
Excuse me, Mr. Chancellor, we cannot hear you on this end. We can't hear the Chancellor, guys. I guess they
can't hear him.
I guess they can't hear us either.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dr. Evans. I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you now.
You're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
So additional CARES Act money certainly would help us and help our institutions. We continue to strive to reach students. We don't have control, and it's more difficult where people have the items that we're talking about now, the issues that present them in their life. It's just a matter of how quickly those subside. And then they then have the ability and resources and time and from a priority standpoint to go to college. Again, these are people who have other considerations related to living their lives. That's what our student is a non-traditional student. It's how it's defined. And in fact, college is a choice that they make. And there's a lot of different and competing not interests, but factors in their lives that they have to tend to that at this time makes it more and more difficult for them to go to college.
Thank you for that. Just a follow up. At what point do we reevaluate and look at other options for them, whether it's going to shorter terms or something to that effect, if that would work? Just exploring what other options there might be to try to accommodate them.
I'm sure. I mean, we have shorter terms now. We have the May semester or the winter semester that we'll have coming up. Our courses are blocked into 8-week sections, and there are more and more of those. More students are opting for those. So we've had an increase in the Connect offerings as well, because that is all 8 weeks in nature. So there's continue to tweak the program and services, but frankly, it's really trying to help them navigate, negotiate, whether it's a 3-week course or a 15-week course. It's helping them navigate and negotiate the situation that folks find themselves in.
Okay. Do you have, subsequent to that, do you have any updates on where we are with the Eliminating Barriers Fund, how we're doing with that, with supporting students in that area?
I can't give you a number off the top of my head, or it would not be accurate, but I know it has increased. And, we have coordinated the Eliminating Barriers support through the same as the CARES Act process, if you will.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Are we making any, I know we have a continuous effort, but are we making any special effort to coordinate with the ISDs to try to get students to consider college in spite of all the things they're going through now?
Well, you heard me mention a couple of times, and as the effort matures, you'll hear more specifically where the college is involved. Dr. Scrivener and I, about 3 years ago, began socializing the idea of how can we create an environment where more high school students are prepared to go to college. And that has culminated in an effort that you've heard about T3, Tarrant 2 and through. And specifically that is designed just for that, so that students who typically may drop out at the 7th, 8th grade through high school at the 40, 50 percentile rank, that in fact these students are captured much earlier before they make that decision and do exit, and we provide them with the high school, with the ISD in partnership with them, career exploration opportunities, as well as, and more importantly, the academic remediation, if you will, or the academic challenging challenge them in their academic endeavors in order for them to be prepared for high school. So with the goal that we can eliminate remedial education for recent high school graduates. That would be the goal. And we believe certainly with that trajectory or that intent, and all along as students enroll in T3, they know they're going to college. And so if there's a roadmap there, students will follow it. And this is the roadmap that we've chartered, and we'll have our first class in spring of 2021. I think there are 1,200 Fort Worth ISD students in the 6 pilot high schools that have signed up for T3. And most of these students would not have naturally made their way to college.
Has there been any change in the enrollment of dual credit and early college high school students?
Yeah, I think we had shared some data, Reg, we shared some data a week or so ago related to that. Both have increased. And we can certainly send that back out.
Thank you.
Now we will have Mr. Fitz provide us with our annual finance report audit. Mr. Fitz, please.
Right. On there. Y'all see a presentation there. All right, you're able to see my screen there?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Thank you. Thanks for having us here tonight with you. We have substantially completed our audit and are glad to be here with you to share with you the results of that. I've met with several of you in the past. As a reminder, I'm James Fitz. I'm the engagement partner. Been with Weaver my entire career, 25 years, and been happy to work with higher education entities in the state for that entire time. And our senior manager was Ben Cohen. We do a lot of work in the higher education space. Government audit is actually the largest industry practice in our firm. We've got a lot of folks in our firm who are active in TACBO and TASBO and speak at those conferences, and certainly work with a lot of entities that get the GFOA Certificate of Achievement. A little bit about our audit process. Your team can certainly attest that it's a long and exhaustive process. You can see here it spans quite a while. We get started in July with some interim work, looking at internal controls and getting updated on things that have happened during the year, and planning and so forth, testing certain things. And then we do most of the heavy lifting in October and November, here presenting draft results with you today, and then plan to issue our final report in time for the board meeting next week. And we keep an open line of communication with your team all year. We like it that way. If they reach out to us with questions and issues, it's just easier to deal with those things on the front end rather than trying to catch up later. But we perform our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards as well. We perform what's called the single audit, which is the audits of compliance in regards to your federal and state grants received. And then we also have to consider other aspects of compliance in terms of any laws or regulations that may have a material impact on the financial statements. We take a risk-based approach, so we don't want to waste a lot of time in areas that have very low risk or aren't especially vulnerable. So some of the areas that we consider in that risk assessment would be federal and state grant revenues and expenditures, cash disbursements, and improper revenue recognition, which is a presumed risk in any financial statement audit. In the course of our audit, we test internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. We also test compliance with major program requirements, referring back to those federal and state grants. And we design our audit plan to provide reasonable assurance regarding the financial statements and compliance. It's not absolute assurance, or else we would be testing year round, but it is designed to provide reasonable assurance on those things. I believe you've got a draft of the comprehensive annual financial report, and it's a big book, as you know. Just to break it down a little bit, the introductory section comes first. That's unaudited. That's got the org chart and Chancellor's letter, transmittal letter, and those things. And then the financial section, which starts off with our report. And right after our report, it's a very good section to read, management's discussion and analysis. It's a narrative discussion of the last couple of fiscal years with comparisons, discussion of why some things had significant changes and kind of what's been going on with the district from a financial perspective over that period. It's a very good summary. And that section is not audited, but the amounts are derived from the audited financial statements for the most part. And we are required to read it and to make sure that there are no material inconsistencies between what's there and what we learned in our audit. After that are the basic financial statements and then some required supplementary information and supplementary data. Then the statistical section, which is unaudited, and that's got, does include some audited numbers, such as revenue for the last decade, expense for the last decade, but also includes some other unaudited things like major taxpayers, from the property tax base, statistics about students, statistics about the college's staff, and things along those lines. And then at the end is the federal single audit and then the state single audit. Just some highlights from this year's financial report. You can see total assets there on a good trend, and you can see a fairly notable jump there from fiscal year 2019 to this year. One thing to point out on that is the district's bond issuance was very shortly before its year end. And so there's about $300 million sitting there in cash that relates to that bond issuance. And then you can see net position there. Also on a positive trend, good increase from prior year. And just to point out that the bond issuance really would have substantially no impact on the net position, because the net position is total assets minus total liabilities minus deferred outflows and inflows. But the bond issuance really would have no real impact on there, because the issuance was so close to year end that the liability and the cash that you've got on hand are just about equal. Look at total revenue there, also a good trend. And one thing to point out on revenue, and you can't see it in this slide, but if you were looking at the financial report at Exhibit 2, it may be puzzling to see total tuition and fee revenue decreased, which is probably not what you would expect, because the number of students didn't significantly decrease, the tuition rate stayed the same. That is really because of the CARES Act funding, the effect of that running through the discounts there that offset the tuition revenue is really the cause for that decrease. And then you can see increase in net position there, also on a good trend, increase from last year by a fairly notable amount. Now, as far as our reports, on the financial statements, we plan to issue an unmodified report on the financial statements. That's some people may refer to it as a clean report. It's the highest assurance you can get from your auditor. We did not note any non-compliance that's material to the financial statements. If we noted any issues in internal control or financial reporting in the course of our audit that rose to a certain level of severity, we'd be required to report those to you. We didn't note any such things in this year's audit. As far as federal awards, I got to quickly caveat this. As far as the CARES Act, the feds have not done anyone any favors because they're still putting out guidance on that. So we're actually still working through that and getting information from the college and seeing what the feds are going to say. But we're not aware of any issues at this point. We expect to issue unmodified reports on all the federal programs, as you can see here, and we don't plan to report any control issues either. And then on the state, the same result, unmodified report on compliance and no internal control issues that rise to a level that are required to be reported here. Summary of some of the communications that we're required to make as a result of the audit. Any financial statements of an entity this size will have significant estimates. So just some of the more significant estimates are summarized here. Of course, the amounts related to the pension and other post-employment benefits, those are really big amounts. They are estimates. They're the result of actuarial evaluations and things of that nature. One thing to point out is those aren't estimates that your accounting team is really coming up with. It's really comes from TRS and the RS because those plans are audited at the state level, and the state provides the college with the information to record their share. And then the last item there is depreciable lives of capital assets. Because capital assets are such a large portion of the district's total assets, that's a fairly significant estimate as well. There were no significant changes in accounting this year. They were supposed to be, they were planned to be, but thankfully the rule makers at GASB gave everyone a break once the pandemic hit and said, you probably have enough to deal with. We'll put our new rules on the back burner for a while. So everyone was appreciative of that. We did not note any material misstatements in the course of our audit. And then one disclosure that we wanted to point out, just because it's new and it's fairly significant, is related to bonds payable. It's note 7, because there weren't any bonds outstanding previously. There was no such note, and that footnote is there and talks about the reason that the bonds were issued. Talks about the maturity, the future maturities, when it's going to be paid off, interest rate, things along those lines. And then to the right there, those are just some items that we would be required to report to you if they came up during the audit, and none of them did. Nothing along the lines of material fraud or accounting issues on which we could not come to an agreement with management, things along those lines. We did not experience any of those. And so some things to point out, kind of a pat on the back. Your management's always very helpful and great to work with. And we have to go outside of accounting, of course, for different things. And we get great cooperation from those other folks as well. And to say that your team had a lot to deal with these last few months is really an understatement, because in addition to all the effects of the pandemic, they had very quickly after the pandemic struck, they had CARES Act funds coming in, millions of dollars, and the guidance on how to deal with that was slow at times, continues to be slow at times. And so that's a lot to deal with. And then issuing the bonds right there before year end, I know took a lot of their time as well. So kudos to them for dealing with all those things happening at the same time. And then also want to point out that the district did get the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting again for the 28th straight year for last year's financial report. So that's fantastic. Speaks very highly of your accounting team. And they're confident, and we're confident that when the fiscal year 20 report is submitted, that it will also qualify for the certificate. So I tried to go through that fairly quickly, but anybody have any questions on anything in the slides or anything that was not in the slides?
Questions, comments?
Mr. Heed, I just want to say it was, we had a really good visit with Mr. Fitz and team, and I want to thank everybody for all their efforts, because this was truly a team effort with staff and Chancellor and Susan and everyone else. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Any other
okay.
questions?
There being no Chancellor updates, there will be a brief closed session that shouldn't go on past 9 o'clock. No action is anticipated, so the rest of you, I think, could probably go home.
So, Mr. Heed, I did ask for a couple of minutes.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. You want to do that in open session? Then
I do.
Before we go to closed session, thank you for reminding me. Your comments are always welcomed and appreciated. So you go right ahead.
So I just want to thank everybody for the excellent work that was presented today, because it helps me to be a better, more effective, attentive, and representative board meeting. And all of the issues that I bring forth are really based off the thinking that you've already done, but it helps me to, go beyond and to really present that. And so I just want my comments to be taken as an addition to your work and not a criticism of your work. And over the years, I came in contact with a little statement that goes something like this. I shall pass this way but once. Any good that I can do or any kindness I can show to any human being, let me do it now. Let me not defer or neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again. And I want to say that we have an awesome opportunity, but also a difficult challenge ahead. And it's going to take all of us working together, not only to appreciate our staff and employees, but to also appreciate our students and our community. But working together, I know we can get the very best work done. And it came to me recently that if I look to my right and I look to my left, and I didn't see representation of all of the constituents that I represent, then I didn't have enough people in my eye view. And so I want us all to think about that we're not just representing ourselves or the professionals. We're representing all of the people that are our constituents, all of the employees, all of the citizens. And that helps us to be a little bit more patient, to be prepared to work a little bit harder, and maybe to be a little bit more kind. And I promise I'm going to do my best to do that. And I hope you will join me on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morrison. Now we'll go into closed session. And there is no action anticipated. So everybody not in the closed session is welcome to try to go get something to eat.
Do we need to drop and dial back in, or do we just hang tight?
We'll now reconvene the board meeting of December 10th, 2020. And if Dr. Morrison, do you have any other further comments or?
So kind of you.
Uh-oh.
Yes, because I would like to, on the record, congratulate the Vice President of our board, Dr. Michael Evans, for his success becoming mayor-elect of the city of Mansfield. And I will say that, he's been a great, effective board member with us. We know he's going to do well in his new assignment, and we're going to miss him.
I'll echo that. Mansfield did the right thing, but it's with mixed feelings. Give him congratulations.
Absolutely.
There being no further business, we will be adjourned. Thank you all.